Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Over the next 2 days, 11 players will be battling it out for the right to join Jelle Klaasen at Saturday night's finals night after he became the first player to book his spot there, having topped the Group A table yesterday. So before we look ahead to Groups B and C, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded yesterday. Here's Henry with the highlights.
Moreno Blom, he'll be looking for more consistent spurts. We saw some good stuff from him yesterday. He ended up on 8 points in Group A. As for Danny Lauby, blink and you will miss him. He won a leg in under a minute yesterday. He's got the better Moreno Blom here. That 95 check-up, the bullseye obscured. Jared Cole sees himself in Group B after a good day yesterday. 4 wins from 5 for the king of the castle. We'll see him later on tonight. As for Dom Taylor, he had the best day of the lot. 5 wins out of 5, some showbiz finishing, and he had a real taste for the bullseye too. But Jelle Klaasen was the man of the day. He was the victor in Group A and the first player into Saturday's final.
Yeah, Jelle Klaasen, the most consistent player over the course of Group A's action. Let's have a look at the league standings then and see how things finished up. It is, as Henry just mentioned, Dom Taylor and Jared Cole who go into Group B, which gets underway from 10 p.m. this evening. But our focus this morning is on Group C. Jack Main, Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom, the 3 players to drop into Group C. Of those 3 players, Chris Mason, who do you think will be feeling the most confident today?
I'd say Danny Lauby, to be honest. He, outside of Jelle Klaasen, well, he had the 2 biggest, highest averages of the week so far, and he looks the one that's got an extra gear. Things just haven't gone his way, and players have either produced an incredible finish against him and timed their moves exactly at the right stage, or he's missed a couple of doubles here and there, but he certainly didn't deserve to be down in 5th spot. And the surprise one, especially after day 2, was Jack Main. We were talking about him as a potential winner of Group A, and ends up outside the top 3.
Yeah, what do you think his mindset's going to be coming into today's action? Well,
I hope it's right, reset, refresh, we go again. It's a brand new day, it's a brand new group. Everybody's on nil points, and you go again. And I think he needs to break it down into 5 individual fixtures and treat it just like that. It's 5 individual matches. Obviously, you want to win more than you lose. If you do, if he picks up 3 wins today, he's in good position going into tomorrow.
He is indeed, and we certainly saw the standard increase yesterday. Let's have a look at some of the numbers from yesterday's play. You mentioned it, didn't you, after Monday, that we thought we'd see the overall average increase. It certainly did yesterday, up above 87.5 for the day's play. That's not really surprising, is it?
No, nearly 4 points on the actual overall running average combined. The quickest leg was actually a 10 from Dan Lauby. I'm not sure why it's 11 up there. And then when you think of the numbers, he had 2 1-4-1 outs yesterday. He had a 1-4-1 and a 1-0-1 to win the match in the same game. Highest average yesterday, 103.94. Impressive stuff, it has to be said, and everybody stepped up to the plate yesterday. Especially impressed with Jared Cole, as he had a tough Monday and Tuesday. He raised his game, and I think Dom Taylor's just been rock solid throughout.
Yeah, and a word on Jared Cole, because we were speaking about it after yesterday's play, just his mindset, his eagerness to learn all the time. That's going to stand him in really good stead.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very level-headed young man. He's always listening, always trying to learn, and vastly experienced in this environment. He knows it's not done and dusted on day 1, and he showed that, and he grafted, and he got the rewards. Didn't win the group, however, he's in the easier group in terms of qualification for Saturday night's final. Of course, Group B, a 5-player field, and the top 3 go through.
Indeed. Right then, Group C, though, only 2 players will go through. Let's have a look at how the bookies see this morning's session going. Of course, we've got 2 sessions in Group C. They make Danny Lauby the 9-4 favourite. That echoes what you've just been saying, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's sort of been the outside of class, and he's been the standout player, hasn't he? He's the one that looks most likely. Mark Dudbridge, though, at 7-2, I think represents some value. Mark Dudbridge, for the first time in a long time, injury-free, would have definitely practiced hard for the seniors. We've seen that with the numbers he put in there. It's only, what is it, a week or so ago, so he will have come into here, just ticked over a little bit, and may take a match or 2 to get going, but trust me, over the next 2 days, he's going to be the one putting in some big numbers and a lot of 180s.
And Moreno Blom at 7-1. Would you say there's any value in that, given that he did show glimpses, didn't he, in Group A?
Yeah, I think because he's on debut here, and I think he just sort of got bogged down with the occasion after his experiences on Monday and never really recovered. But again, very much like Jack Main, you've just got to have that attitude. It's a fresh start. It's a new beginning. Everybody's in the same position. Everybody's on 0 points right now. And listen, he may surprise us and come out of the blocks. I think he's one of them, if he starts well, he'll go well.
And Jack Main, he's up first. How crucial is it that he gets off to a good start in C?
I don't think it's massive, but maybe for him, just for his own mentality and his own approach and confidence going into it. But like I said, he just needs to break it down. It's 5 games. Listen, we know he's got ability. We've seen evidence of that over the last couple of years. He just can't get too emotionally invested in each match. It's just a game.
Indeed it is. Right then, let's tuck into our first match of the Group C section. It is Carl Wilkinson against Jack Main.
Good morning, darts fans. Who's ready for Group C? We're going to have a fantastic day of darts ahead of us here at the MODUS Super Series. And if you thought Group A was good, I think we're going to get some scintillating stuff today. I think there's players here that got points to prove following their campaigns on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You've also got players coming into this, the likes of Mark Dudbridge in really, really good form. Him and Andy Jenkins coming off the back of the World Seniors Championship. We'll see Jenkins later on this evening, Dudbridge later on today, but we kick off with a battle between Jack Main and Carl Wilkinson. Jack Main, who had a really good Monday and Tuesday here at the Super Series. It just fell apart on Wednesday here at the Live Lounge. He's up against Carl Wilkinson, who I think it's fair to say we've seen a little bit of everything from in his time at the Super Series and in the previous incarnation at the Live League. Change of referee today. We've got Justin Bradshaw in charge of proceedings, and his first job is to call... It was almost to call a maximum. It was nearly the perfect start for him, and Chris Mason has made the sprint down to the commentary box, and an interesting day ahead.
Absolutely. I'm glad it's down the stairs and not up them. Yeah, I'm interested to see how Carl performs over the next couple of days. He was a player that, of course, a former tour card holder, had a great 2019, but eventually lost his card in 2020, and we've seen some great stuff from him in the infancy of the then Live League down in Southampton. Did go off the boil a bit though, but he was very much in the ilk of Graham Usher for me. Fabulous player, good tempo, 57. Big scorer. Graham Usher, of course, went on to win his tour card, and I think this is the first real action of the year for Carl Wilkinson. I can't 96. Find... He didn't go to Q School this year. Chose to leave it alone for a year and just regroup.
59.
Those avenues are there for players. They feel maybe now's not the time for it. They can still get the game time they need and progress via other avenues. Ball to start with a fish.
130. Carl, you require 164.
Interesting, and something like that might be just the impetus that Jack Main needs, just to really give him that boost of confidence and
100.
A release of
Jack, you require
feel-good endorphins. But he opted to play it safe,
game and shot and the first leg.
On Jack reflection, Main. He has done the right thing.
Opening leg breaker throw for Jack Main, and that is done in the space of 13 darts. And after yesterday, we are going to ask questions of Jack Main, and it's up to him to provide the
60.
answers.
Well, the throw looking already a little bit more controlled than towards the back end of yesterday. It became a little bit erratic.
96.
The speed in between backswing and release became far too quick, and you just can't control it. And you look at this now.
140.
Just looks a different player, doesn't he?
And the good thing about switching from Group A to Group C is that from Wednesday to Thursday, everything is clean. Everyone is on 0 points. Everyone has the same head start.
81.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously want to be in Group B, but if you find yourself back in Group C, you're almost in that zone in terms of your
28.
sleep pattern. You've already had sort of 3 days of it. You get used to the timing of everything, and sometimes it can be a bit of an advantage, especially with the players coming in. They're coming in cold, of course.
136.
And it's always that interesting element as well in those groups is, especially in Group C, there could be players that come into this group with scar tissue, or those who feel they played well and had 3 days on their belt compared to those who've come in
139.
fresh, or those who feel maybe under practice. There's such an interesting dynamic to this group in particular.
Absolutely. And the dynamic is a big thing. You've got
140.
You've got 3 different
Jack
characters
Require,
coming in to the
134.
3 that have gone out. Oh, tops. Oh, there's one of them.
94.
Maybe got a little excited on dart
Can't
3.
require 48.
This will be for the second leg in the space of 5 visits if Wilkinson can pin this double
Game
16,
shot
and
and
that's
the second
exactly what he
leg.
does.
Carl Wilkinson.
Good start to this game, good quality, good tempo, 1 apiece in what is beginning to become a breakathlon.
Third leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 14 dart breakback is the response from Wilkinson.
$93.
Still early days, I know, but I like what I'm seeing here from Jack May.
127.
Agreed. It was important that he regrouped. Just got that throw under control.
59. $77.
It's a bit unfortunate. Again, just don't get too disheartened. It's a bounce out. It's not the end of the world.
$99.
Oh, that quote in football, it's not life and death. It's more important than that, but it's all about putting things into perspective.
57.
5 games to play today, 5 tomorrow. You win more than you lose, you'll be there or thereabouts.
97.
Matthew Rickett has endorsed a rule of 3 in this group, where 3
absolutely.
defeats, and that's probably all you're allowed.
Yeah, I think if you win 6 out of the 10, 12 points,
140.
you're going to be
Carl, you
there or
require
thereabouts in terms of
153.
qualification for Saturday night. It's very much 10 points in Group B this evening, isn't it?
You can pick up 4 to 6 points in Group B tonight. You put yourself in a very good position, especially if you can get up to 6.
82. Jack, you require 100.
Oh, for a 3rd consecutive break. Tops.
25. Carl, you require 71.
This would be for the first holder throw we've seen in this game so far. Double 8 goes a
63.
begging.
Jack, you
Another
require
opportunity
75.
for Jack to get his nose in front for the second time.
That's
Pins
game
the tops
shot
this
and
time.
the third leg. Jack Main.
And it is a continuing theme here. An 18 dart break of throw does give Jack Main.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to
2-1
throw
lead.
first. Game on.
Yeah, the sickness of your Carl Wilkinson, knowing that
91.
he's only got 1 in hand at the double, and you're coming back for the double 4.
36.
There's a real chance for Jack to give himself just a bit of breathing space.
97.
Just love that bit of a cushion. A player just loves that bit of freedom.
I feel like Jack Main is the
100.
role reversal of Danny Lauby, where we talk about his first game in the morning and we take it with a pinch of salt. I feel like with Jack Main, getting off to a good start is oh so important.
Well,
60.
yeah, it is, because although he was outstanding in that opening game yesterday, he ultimately lost the match, but averaged 99.83. But
87.
he didn't take anything from it, did he? In fact, he just took all negatives rather than the positive fact that he nearly averaged 100. Yes, it was in defeat, but my goodness, he threw some beautiful stuff in there and should have used that as a positive, but he ended up manufacturing it into a big negative.
95.
He's got 6 darts at
Jack,
114.
114.
To pull 2 clear. Treble 18 and tops.
It's really the first time in this match someone's actually had a bit of breathing room in a leg.
Yeah. Ultimately, tied it up beautifully.
134. Jack, you require 16.
There's pressure on this double 8 now.
That's
Pressure,
game
what
shot and the
pressure?
4th leg. Jack Main.
Told you, pressure's for tyres. It's our first hold. 16 darts it.
5th leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Now, Carl's back firmly against the ropes from here on in. Can Jack build on this 3-1 lead?
28.
Build on a poor start from Wilkinson. Surprised you haven't thrown in any sword jokes yet. A
93.
bit early and not had enough coffee yet, have you, Henry?
I would have sword jokes, but I suppose it's just because I'm a cut above the rest.
58.
Like it. We're still on the darts here.
77.
Couldn't follow the treble 19 and it looked very inviting.
81.
Now, the bookmakers haven't lost faith in Jack Main, and darts like that are the reason why we see the first 180 of today's session, the first called by Justin Bradshaw. Because if you look at the odds going into today's session in the outrights in terms of winning the group, they still keep faith. 13 to 5, second favourite to go on and win Group C. And it is darts like this, which is the reason why. And it was almost a perfect kick to the line, Michael Phelps style.
$91.
Even 60 after 12 against the darts has forced
100.
Wilkinson into submission.
Jack, you require 60.
20 and tops to get the job done.
No score.
Well, not for the first time this week. He has a bust.
Saving grace for Jack is the fact that Carl is not on a finish back at 176, so he's going to get a second crack, but realistically,
85.
from having 5 darts
Jack,
at double, he's only
60.
going to potentially get 2, and that's not guaranteed when you bust the first time. Now he has to move across. He's got the right portion of the double bed to aim at.
Game, shot.
And he doesn't mess about.
Jack
And
Main.
Jack Main gets his campaign for Group C off to a perfect start. He gets the better of Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 1. It's a real polished performance as well by Main. An average of just over 93.5. The game solitary maximum, which came in that last leg. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, 8%. There's not much really not to like about that performance. Carl Wilkinson played well himself. Average of just under 86. It was in the 90 range for large portions of that. And he had 2 opportunities at the double. He took one of them. But it is Jack Main who's on the board. The first player to chalk on the board in Group C. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Josh McCarthy in action. He takes on the favourite to win this group in Danny Lauby after this short break.
So then, Jack Main, the winner of our opening match of this morning's session. We wondered how he'd respond to the disappointment of how things unfolded yesterday, and he's answered those questions with a 4-1 win and an average in excess of 93.5. Josh McCarthy up next this morning, taking on Danny Lauby, who'll be looking to turn performances into points in Group C, something he was unable to do for much of Group A, but if he can find the doubles to match the other aspects of his game, he's certainly in with a magnificent chance of qualifying for Saturday night. These two have met once before on the Challenge Tour. That was back last year, and it was Lauby who ran out the 5-3 winner on that occasion. To see how this one unfolds then, let's rejoin Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, another fascinating dynamic. We've seen Josh a few weeks ago, but most definitely came in very much last minute, wasn't it, Henry? Runs his own business, of course. Ambitious young man. And really not the ideal opponent to walk in cold.
Yeah, I did the week Josh did a couple of weeks ago, and I had a chat with him after one of the sessions, and he said he'd been a bit busy with work. As you say, he owns his own business, and he had a lot of projects going on in 2022. So darts, quite rightly in that scenario, just took a little bit of a back burner. As I say, you know, very successful businessman over in the southwest in Swindon, that part of the world. Came into it last time. He knew he was a little bit undercooked, and he kind of used that experience just to try and get some chalks on the board, then go back home, practice, and this was what he felt was going to be the true assault this time round. But as you say, no easy assignment. The man that the bookmakers think he's going to be the group winner, Danny Lauby, quoted at 9-4 to go on and win Group C. But what interests me with Danny Lauby in the sportsbook markets is the odds that they've given him to win the week. Now,
60.
at 9-1, I have seen worse shouts in the world.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout. We've seen
140.
plenty, and we're seeing it already instantly in his opening throw of the day, finding 2 treble 20s. Beautiful dart, followed by another one.
140.
Oh. More of the same chaps, please.
96.
Oh, a tidy opener, didn't we, from Jack Main and Carl Wilkinson.
Well, that should fill him with positivity going forward throughout the course of the day. I say minimum requirement.
100.
Pick up 3 wins. Well, that's 1 down. 2 more to go with 4 matches to play.
133.
Instantly pressuring the throw of Josh McCarthy. I say this is not the ideal game to come in cold against a player who's been throwing some very tidy stuff over the course of Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
Danny, you require 132.
We've seen this already.
59.
From Jared Cole, who we'll be seeing
Josh,
this
you
evening.
require 76.
And he nearly replicated it, didn't he? Just missing the double 16 after hitting 2 balls.
$60. Danny, you require 72.
Great chance now for Lauby. It's only going to be the solitary darts at tops.
Game
He only
shot
needs
and
the
the
solitary
first
dart
leg.
at tops.
Danny
And this is where he's
Lauby.
been so good this week, Danny Lauby. Last dart in hand. Sometimes in awkward scenarios. You saw that bullseye yesterday, didn't we, with the back of the 95, but it looked as if the bed
Second
was
leg, it's
completely
Danny to throw
obscure, but he
first.
found a way
Game
through.
on.
And that double top wasn't too far off that kind of territory either.
Yeah, very much so. It looked like a complete blocker, but
92.
he has a ability just to float one over, and that's what he did on that bullseye, wasn't it? It looked to be completely masked, and he only made a tiny step to the left. Just dropped it in.
Yeah, nobody likes a floater, do they, Mace?
59. $140.
How is that coffee?
I haven't actually tucked into it yet. It's my free coffee.
Oh, is that your loyalty?
That's my loyalty coffee from a certain brand we will not name, which may sound like a beach in Spain.
42.
just read some sad news on my phone that John Motson's passed away at the age of 77.
Very, very sad and absolutely legendary broadcaster.
140.
Legendary coats as well, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
85.
Yeah, he had his own style, didn't he? Bad news, thoughts and prayers with family, friends and loved ones.
$95. Danny, you require 142.
Now this is Lauby territory. It was almost Lauby territory again there.
78. Check 85. Check 88. Joshua require 145.
Bit of early nerves from our referee. He'll get there in the end, pal. A smile from Danny. I'm sure he'll smile if this 45 goes in. Just on the
93.
Wire.
Danny, you require 54.
54 for 2-0.
That's game shot. And the
Pins it.
second leg, Danny Lauby.
Consolidates the break with the hold. Leads 2-0. Finishing very well. Scoring
Third
very
leg,
well.
it's Josh
2 out
to
of 3
throw
on the
first.
doubles.
Game on.
Josh McCarthy has the higher average at the moment after a couple of legs. 93.4. 91.09 for Danny.
180.
This is quality stuff.
From both.
60.
And as we said, we were wondering, obviously, with Josh, how he was going to come into things this time round, having had a little bit of time on the practice board.
I mean, he's still very, very much a young player, but he was one of those players, of course, a few years ago that was coming through the various
60.
youth systems, and a player we were excited about, however, chose to secure his future, which I'm a big fan of. Got to have a plan B.
55.
A real likeable person off the hockey as well. You can have a real good chat with Josh.
Yeah, nice fella.
100.
Around the periphery, was he? Same time when Josh Payne was bursting onto the scene.
Yep.
140.
Avoid to leave 66. He's averaging just under 98, and yet still hasn't
140.
been able to get a chalk on the board. And that's because of the brilliance
Joshua
of Danny
requires
Lauby
66.
thus far. We'll get a chance now at 66.
Okay, 48. Tops.
26.
Should be.
Danny, you require 141.
We've seen Lauby take this out this week, but we won't see him
Twice.
take it out this time, yeah.
60.
First time was so nice, he had to do it twice.
Josh, you require 40.
Well, the first time, be nice for McCarthy. His first double of the week. Not a bad marker. He's eking closer.
That's game shot. And
Perfect
the third
line, that
leg,
second dart.
Josh McCarthy.
It was almost unmissable at that point. McCarthy gets his first leg on the board.
Fourth leg, it is Danny to throw first. Game on.
Danny, of course, with that insurance of the early break.
92. $140.
That's his fourth 140 of the game.
58.
Josh McCarthy. We're having a look at the players from a head-on angle now, the overhead shot, which gives us a real good look at the entry of the dart into the board.
60.
See, Josh McCarthy's dart stand up to attention, and you saw that last dart there. If it goes just underneath the treble bed, it could be a little bit obscured.
140.
Both players' darts, to be fair, stand up to attention. That first dart was a perfect lie for Dan. That's why he got the 140.
Checking, and he's 26 now, Josh McCarthy.
100.
That sort of age for you,
60.
you'd think now's the time to really kick on.
Yeah, you sort of start to make your move into your late 20s and early 30s. Pretty much universally agreed that players tend to peak
100.
into their 30s.
Danny, you require 151.
Yeah, he won many
60.
events as a youth
Josh, you
player.
require 101.
These two actually met in 2022 on the Challenge Tour in Leicester, Challenge Tour 20. It was
That's
a
game shot and the
5-3
fourth leg.
win
Josh
for
McCarthy.
Danny Lauby, but Josh McCarthy hits back with a breakback, a 15-darter.
Fifth leg, it's Josh to
Taking
throw
out.
first. Game on.
Our first ton plus out of the day.
That's what they call the perfect 15.
100.
Absolutely.
$100.
The ultimate red pen game. Back in the day, of course, all the scores of a ton or more were written in red pen. So 4 tons and a 101 out, which was done in red pen.
140.
Nowadays, you just put it in bigger text on a laptop.
Yeah.
100.
He's going along very nicely here. Josh McCarthy averaging close to 95, 88.35 for Lauby. Not quite sure how much
60.
Danny Lauby will know about the form of McCarthy coming into this
44.
contest. He obviously knows enough about him, having played him before, but the last time they met, McCarthy only averaged 80, well, they both averaged 81 on that occasion. Oh, this is far superior
41.
to that.
Speaking to Danny Lauby this morning, and I'm sure you'll be able to hear the interview on our social media feeds at some point.
140.
Away from here, he does
Josh, you require
seem to watch a fair
160.
bit of this. He's a huge fan of this product in particular, and he's
Danny,
Lauby, yeah, and he's credited this with a huge portion of his development. He actually called it one of the awesome events he likes to play in
100.
it.
Danny, you require 117.
well, you can practice with your mate down the
57.
pub or in your man
Josh, you
cave
require
or whatever
60.
you have, but there's no better practice than playing under the lights, and this is exactly what they do here.
That's game shot and the fifth leg.
That's
Josh
3
McCarthy.
on the spin for Josh McCarthy. And listen, we don't pay the players to say it, but you can only listen to them in interviews and
Sixth
how
leg,
much
it's
they
Danny to
credit
throw
their own
first.
development
Game on.
and their own progress and success down to playing here at the Super
98.
Series. It's not written in their contract. They can say what they like.
Andy Jenkins is here later. He will.
Mr. No Filter.
I cannot wait for that interview.
55.
To be honest, the bits that you can't mention on air is probably they're the entertaining bits.
85.
He will be watching this morning, so I know I'm going to get it when he comes in later.
Oh, yeah.
But I've come to expect that now.
Lovely adjustment.
100.
I have to say, pleasantly surprised to see
83.
Josh playing at this level. We know what we're going to get pretty much from Danny. Josh was a bit of an unknown quantity coming into today's play. Still averaging in excess of 90.
100.
That was a very important dart.
And it's good to see a man true to his word. As he said, he's going to put a lot more practice in after the last time. He mentioned, obviously,
95.
work commitments not helping him so much in his darting career in 2022. And it does look as if he has put the hard work in between his last appearance and now, and he's beginning to reap the benefits of that. Remember, he was 2-0 down in this match.
60. Danny, you require 140.
Looks like he's going to have to be He's going to be taken to the hill because this looks like it's going to be 3-3. But it will be advantage Josh McCarthy, of course. He will have the throw in the 7th and deciding leg.
140.
Well, that's some great pressure, just in case.
40.
Looking at the stats for Lauby on the
That's
finishing, I didn't expect him to miss because that's now 3 from 4 on the doubles as Lauby levels.
7th and final leg. It's Josh to now first. Game
it
on.
is a Kate Bush leg to see who's going to be running up that hill.
22. How on earth do you know Kate Bush's?
60.
Netflix.
Oh.
Have you seen the series Stranger Things?
I have to admit, mate, I have a telly at home, a 60-inch TV, which is on the wall with nothing plugged into it. It's there literally for decorative purposes only.
80.
I spend pretty much my life in hotels.
It's worse lifestyles.
Yeah.
100.
I got my Sky Go, and that's about it. And my PDC TV subscription. And I will, of course, be having my Premier Sports
100.
subscription as the Euro Tour, which gets underway this weekend in a totally new format.
131.
Yeah, I've heard good things about the Euro Tour this weekend, so I would, between watching us, of course, give that a little bit of a watch.
Yeah, I will be making my debut on the Euro Tour in the Dutch Darts Open in a month or so's time.
75.
Another new venture for me. I'm really looking forward to it. I love the Euro Tour. I love everything about it.
You're going to get whisked around Europe with Dan Dawson.
Hey, what a time we're going to have as well.
60. Danny, you require 95.
I look forward to hearing the stories. Will the story for Lauby be another 95 to win a match?
Well, the ball's not blocked this time.
Might as well have been.
64.
Yeah.
Josh, you require 116.
So for the match, for the win, he was 2-0 down in this game. He's had his trials and his tribulations. Needed to move across to try and find that dart.
It wasn't easy though, was it? It was a real blocker. He had just the left side to aim at.
34.
But plenty of positives to take from this one.
3.
Oh, could be massive positives to take from
Josh,
this one.
require 82.
We can knock this 82 about. Could be going ball. Oh, worst possible dart. Nearly made the recovery. He'd be disappointed to not get at least a dart at the ball from there.
From 116 a couple of visits ago, he hasn't even had a dart at the ball, and that's the difference.
28.
Is it the key difference? 7-7.
21.
He gets another go.
I can assure you, he won't be going for the ball on this 50. 10 for tops, I presume. Or 18 for double 16. No, 10 tops is the target. Pick up a valuable 2 points.
Game, shot.
And 2
and
points he picks
Josh
up.
McCarthy.
From 2-0 down, Josh McCarthy gets the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 3, deposing the man the bookmakers quoted as the favourite to go on and win this group. A tiny affair, 86 and 85 the average is. 4 out of 9 and 3 out of 10 on the doubles. It was a good darting dust-up, but it is McCarthy who picks up the points. We're going to take a short break, and we're looking forward to seeing the return of Mark Dudbridge here at the Super Series. He played some superb stuff at the seniors. He takes on Moreno Blom, who, when it comes to Group C, finds his form, and we'll be watching that one after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Josh McCarthy has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Danny Lauby. Lauby missing 7 attempts at the outer ring in that one, and it was superb from McCarthy to come from 2 legs to 0 down to get over the line in the end. Next up, we've got Moreno Blom, who of course finished bottom of the Group A table, but did progress as things went on. He put in 3 averages above 90 yesterday, so certainly positives from him yesterday in that session. But he takes on Flash in this next game, and Henry caught up with him prior to this session getting underway to hear his feelings ahead of this one.
Mark, welcome back to the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, it's great to be playing darts again for myself, and yeah, I've got some tough competition in the room. You know, it's not going to be easy, but yeah, I'm buzzing for it. Great memories of the last time you were here. You won Group A, so you do have good experiences on this stage. Yeah, I've done okay. It was a different group. It was a lot of the older ones. You know, we were all pretty comfortable with each other because we all played for a lot of years together. So I don't know all of the lads in there, so it's, you know, we'll see what we can do against them. Does that add a different challenge? Because obviously, as you say, you knew the players last time because it was that Legends Week, where it's a different element of the practice room this time. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've watched a tiny snippet of these guys over the week, and they all look pretty decent. So yeah, I'm going to have to be on form to do the business. Saw you at the World Seniors in Perth a couple of weeks ago. First of all, did you enjoy the experience? And secondly, where did you say the game's at the minute? Yeah. Getting back to the Circus Tavern was absolutely wonderful. I mean, it brought back so many memories. On the Saturday night, it was like a school reunion with the guys. And yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the experience. I didn't know what I was going to get. And I'm kind of pleased in patches the way I played. Obviously, you want to do better. But yeah, it was all in all a fantastic experience. And yeah, I've managed to pick up a couple of sponsors on the back of it, which are on my shirt today. And things are looking up. Great to see you. We wish you all the best this week, Mark. Good luck. Thank you.
Mark Dudbridge there speaking to us before the action gets underway. He takes on Moreno Blom, who we've seen on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday here at the Super Series. Finished bottom of Group A, but we're expecting bigger and better things from him over the course of the next couple of days. As for Mark Dudbridge, well, at the seniors, if you look at his 3 games, probably was one of the more consistent performers in that particular competition.
Yeah, absolutely rock solid, wasn't he? H averaging and holding average around about 88, and like a lot of us, it was the first time in a while that Mark had been back to the tavern and under the lights, and it came with its own pressure. He had a lot of people there to watch him, and again that comes with its own pressure. I thought he dealt with it very well and looked very comfortable, and it was obvious and evident that he'd applied himself and put in the work. He's been, well,
first leg, it's
the amount of injuries he's had to put up with over the years, and he's had operations, and I think this is the first time in a long time that he's actually been fit enough to practice, and it showed. It showed there with Dart 1.
100.
And obviously, I was in the group when I last played here at the Super Series, and he was unbelievable. The 180s he was in was
60.
Staggering. There's still plenty in the locker. I'm vastly experienced, of course. World Master back in 2002, and over the next sort of 4 and 5 years, carved out a wonderful career within the PDC, a World Championship runner-up, World Match Play runner-up in 2004, Premier League 5th place in 2005. So Dudbridge has the experience to deal with pretty much anything that's going to get thrown at him.
Just get the feel with Mark that there's still something more for him in his career. May not be on the PDC side of the game, but I still feel that fire is still very much in the belly, and that he still wants to achieve something special in the game. Where he's given us a special start, leaving 81 after 9.
He was a wonderfully talented youth player, but loved football at the time, and never really went on to do what we expected him to do as a youth. I've known Mark pretty much his whole life.
Mark, you require 32.
Both of our fathers played darts against and with each other over the years.
Game shot and the first leg.
And that is
Mark
the way
Dudbridge.
to start your campaign. A 13 dart hold and a 180 in the leg. Yeah, and then he sort of went away and...
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
I'm 3 years older, I think, than Mark. So Mark would often
100.
come over to a mutual friends of ours snooker club in Bedminster, and he practiced with me for hours upon hours, and he was unbelievable. And I always said to him, Mark, come on, give it a go. And he was nah. And eventually
59.
he more than gave it a go and won the World Masters.
Regretted that decision ever since.
Yeah, well, people have made sort of a rivalry that was never there really between us, because our eras never really crossed. And ironically, if
134.
I would have beat Terry Jenkins, we'd have played each other at the World Seniors in Purfleet, and we were at the tavern and we were joking about that. It would have been horrendous.
180.
We've got a lot of respect and love for each other, and yeah, that wouldn't have been nice. I wouldn't have enjoyed that at all. Oh, that's unlucky.
85. Moreno, you require 125. 85.
Mark was around when there was a fabulous era in darts in Bristol. Of course, we've seen Steve Brown come through, and then his own son, John Brown. But prior to that, we had players like Johnny Lavis, Mike Jeffries, Jeff Williams, Stuart Bennett.
43.
So
Moreno,
many good players.
40.
George Turnbull, Mike Gregory, of course, who played a lot of his darts in Bristol. Played Gold Cup with me dad.
35.
But the ones that were absolutely outstanding in terms of local darts and maybe county and Super League darts never really went on to achieve anything near what Mark went on to achieve.
160.
Just making
Moreno,
sure.
you require 5.
We definitely couldn't bust it from that position.
1.
Well, it's like this thing that say you can't fluke in darts. Well, there's a perfect example when we see so many 180s bust, where they aim high and nowhere near the treble, catches the flights and gets drawn in. Ooh.
10.
Talking about drawn in, Dudbridge is getting
Moreno,
drawn
you
in now,
require
and so
4.
Blom gets a second bite of the cherry at the double 2, and now to the madhouse, where the
2.
madness ensues.
Oh, this would be a big steal
Mark, you
for
require
Dubs.
10.
He'll be going straight at it.
That's game shot and the second leg. Mark Dudbridge.
In the end, it was a 19 dart break of throw, but that matters not to Mark Dudbridge. More important is to get that 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Keep Blom on the back foot.
And this is where that dynamic that we spoke about in the first game comes into play. Mark Dudbridge comes into this fresh. There's no scar tissue this week. For Moreno, he was in Group A. At times, he had his moments and played well at times
60.
yesterday, but has also had his struggles too. This is where the scenario of possibly, here we go again, could possibly come back into play.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very valid point. Like you say, you pick up a lot of scar tissue
137.
here. These younger players do struggle with just dumping all
140.
those negatives in the recycle bin. Has to be said, Mark Dudbridge looks
96.
very, very comfortable here. He's averaging very nearly 100.
86.
Deep enough
Mark, you
into
require 147.
leg 3 of the match.
Always a sign of a good player when he's averaging around a ton, but it doesn't feel like a ton because he's just so comfortable
83.
doing it.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like a ton.
140.
Good visit, good pressure on the 64.
Mark, you require 64.
A 3-0 lead in next to no time at all. Well, that was not the desired route.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
43 left. May go 3 tops here. May go 11.32. Oh, Dubs. 21 left. 5.
Hitting all the right notes, but in all the wrong places.
48. Moreno, you require 75.
He's managed to find double 8 in the end. Will he get a go at the double 8? No is the answer, because when Moreno Blom gets opportunities like that, he usually gobbles them up. And that's exactly what he's done on this occasion, to break the throw of Mark Dudbridge, to bring it back to 2-1. And will that be a game-changing moment there, where 41. Dudbridge didn't afford himself a dart at the double from the 64.
Good leg from Blom, though. 14 darter.
140.
Again, there's not a negative response from Dudbridge, and that's experience.
134.
I actually think we've got two players on this stage where their strength comes mentally.
Yeah, agreed.
43. 96.
Well, Moreno Blom's so quick, he doesn't have time to think about anything negative.
Still a slow player compared to some of the others in the group, though.
Yeah, certainly to Danny Lauby.
Usain Bolt slow compared to Danny Lauby.
100.
There's not really a slow-paced player in the group, which should provide us with some great matches. Everybody will enjoy the rhythm and the tempo of the games.
It was so quick yesterday, we actually ran 15 minutes in front. We had an impromptu trip to the balcony. Well, Dudbridge's already got a 160. He's in the scoring phase. Can he do it to finish the leg?
Oh, took a horrible deflection.
80. Moreno, you require 88.
Oh, on throw, Moreno gets first dibs at the finish, double 7.
81.
And that would have been peak Moreno Blom if he took that out. That is his range. 2 darts, a double 10 for a 3-1 lead, and this will be for a breaker throw to throw for the match.
Shot
and that's exactly what Dudbridge is going to do.
So we've had 3 consecutive breaks of
Mark
throw.
The throw first. Game
Dubs
on.
started with a hold in 13. He'd love to finish it off here with a hold in 13.
57. 140.
Just having a look at the averages so far today. 91.5 for Dudbridge, 85.5 here for Moreno Blom. That 85.5 would actually be the second lowest average we've seen today. We've seen 85.5 from Wilkinson, 93.6 from Main, 86.2 from McCarthy, and an 85.2 from Danny Lauby.
54.
Basically, what we're saying is that this is a solid group.
Yeah. As we expected, to be honest.
$44.
A sign of tightness in the arm there from Dubs.
57.
Well, the 2 treble visit here would put him almost back in control. And that's perfect placement. Got to be a max.
140.
Last time he was here, he leveled the record for most maxims in a game. He got
134.
Yeah, didn't he have 45 in the week or something?
Bonkers, more than I've hit in my life.
I think I hit 41 and he said, hold my dart case.
54. Moreno, you require 116.
Tops a 3-2.
96.
And that first dart, the flight was in the way, so you had to move across to the right, which is why we saw the dart going at that angle, dragged low. Dudbridge ain't going to win this in style. So Blom is going to return for the double 10.
58.
He's given some kind of hope in this match.
Game shot and the 5th leg. Moreno Blom.
Finds the double 10. And a 4th consecutive breaker throw, and yet another 17-darter.
6th leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
And
Game
Dubby's
on.
just got to watch himself here, that he doesn't get himself embroiled.
57.
And instantly an opportunity. Just the 180 from Dudbridge so far. Also Blom with 1 max. Love another here.
140.
That first dart goes in. He just looks so likely, doesn't he?
An average at the minute of 89.47. This is pretty much what he was doing during the World Scene. He's averaged 89.08 and beating our commentary colleague Glenn Drummond in the first round. Then 88.65 to get the better of Terry Jenkins in the second.
40.
And then an 88.63 in defeat to Kevin Painter in the quarterfinals.
57.
Plays around that level, he's going to be in the mix.
He was a bit unfortunate as well. He could have or should have maybe been a couple of sets up.
And also, that's a really good sample size because compared to the short race that is the best of 7 here, 54. Those are best of 5-set matches. I mean, the sample sizes are over 4 sets in most of those games.
Yeah. Yeah, long legs.
93.
In the case of the Jenkins and Painter game, there were sets that went deep, 4 or 5 legs.
Yeah.
$82.
Horrible deflection. Meaning Dubby's not on a finish, so a chance for Blom here.
140.
And takes his chances. 140 to leave a 2-darter. Dubs needs to really pile on the pressure and hope. Could go ball with his second dart. Stays there.
100. Moreno, you require 97.
He's not in the treble. He's all round it at the moment. Good signs. And he's going to be back.
57.
Should get at least a dart at the ball.
Mark, you require 85.
The kick-off of a whim. The bullseye is what Dudbridge wants.
60.
And he wasn't too far away.
Moreno,
And so Blom to take us to a decider. Wants tops, gets tops, and level we are.
Blom.
A rare hold of throw. 1 dart for the match. For Dubby.
7th and
one and
final
only
leg.
match
to
dart
first. Game
so
on.
far. Despite leading 3-1, he's only had 1 dart at the ball.
44.
Before the off, Dubby was a 4-7 favourite for this one, wasn't he? 5-4.
41.
Moreno Blom.
He's a dangerous one to bet on because you just don't know what you're going to get from one game to the next. But actually, if you look at the doubling and the checkout ratio, it's actually against the mean for Moreno because usually we're talking about getting the scoring power. Well, he's done that, but the finishing is 3 out of 16.
78.
Yeah, there's very little in the scoring, is there? You look at that. There's hardly anything in it. But the average down at 83.2 despite missing 13 darts for the double.
140.
Just doing enough to keep Mark Dudbridge concerned.
$115.
What a recovery that was.
80.
Mark, you require 161.
Disappointed after that second dart that he's not left to finish and has presented the opportunity for Dudbridge. 6 clear darts now for the match.
83. 65.
Oh,
Mark,
54-24. 18-20 tops. So wrap it up 4-3. Oh, 25 and ball.
$46. Moreno,
Will
you require
Moreno
97.
get a dart at a double? He's been Can go in double 19. He's done it again. And he hits the tops.
And the match, Moreno Blom.
Whoa, what a finish that is from Moreno Blom against the run of play. It has to be said, but it is Moreno Blom who defies the odds. He was the 5-4 dog in that one, but it is Blom who takes the 2 points. When we come back, it will be Jack Main against Josh McCarthy.
So Jack Main against Josh McCarthy up next this morning. Main, of course, very impressive in his opening match of the session. A 4-1 victory, missing just the one dart at the outer ring and showing great strength to bounce back from Group A disappointments in the manner that he did. As for McCarthy, well, from 2-0 down against Danny Lauby, he performed very well indeed, eventually coming through in a decider to get his first win of the week. These two have met twice on the development tour. In 2016, it was McCarthy who came out on top, but their most recent meeting, 2.5 years ago in Barnsley, it went the way of Jack Main. To see who comes out on top in this one, let's rejoin Mason Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And it's the battle of the two 26-year-olds as Josh McCarthy takes on Jack Main in the opening encounters for the day. We saw an improved performance from Jack Main from what we saw at the latter end yesterday. And McCarthy, who was that unknown quantity at the start following his appearance a few weeks ago, we saw some real good signs, defeating that favourite to win the group, as Abby rightly alluded to, and Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 3. McCarthy from Swindon adorning their colours. Even though he is from Swindon, he's an Arsenal fan, so he'll be very happy about things in the football at the minute.
Yeah, certainly will. Who do you think is going to win the Premier League, pal? Football, not darts. Bit early for the darts.
I was going to say, the bus has just arrived, number 23.
Game on.
Look, I'd like to see Arsenal win it for something a bit different, but I just can't see past Man City now. Got Leeds Southampton on Saturday, the battle in the bottom 3.
32.
At Leeds?
Ellen Road, yeah, via World
nice.
Feed. The joys of off-tube.
Are you doing that one, yeah?
Looking forward to that.
Nice one, pal. Your strings to your bow.
60.
Just the darts. The research into the football must be insane.
Oh.
57.
Probably about 6 pages, and then you probably only use half a page of it if you're lucky. Okay, good thing about football is you've got these databases, so I've actually managed to cut it down on the database. I can just Google bits in
60.
and whatever when I need to, so.
You and Abby share some, you know, notes on football?
Do you know what? We've not actually had the chance to, because obviously there's a lot of Championship and League One, so we've not actually managed to cross-check references yet, but I'm sure that will come.
What we did witness yesterday was you winning a game of darts.
180.
See, I wasn't going to bring it up.
I was impressed, pal.
Slightly better than that than the pool.
Oh, well.
140.
That wouldn't be hard.
Do I mention the 2 darts at double 18?
Damn right. You can deal with Jared later if you like.
140.
But don't think I'm not going to let you get away with having a 200 start either. And Jared wasn't using his own darts.
41.
But it was a good effort. They were on the money.
Requires 61.
I think he was more nervous about that than probably playing here.
Absolutely.
And probably rightly so. Tops
21.
for McCarthy for the opening leg, made back on 135.
You require 135.
Strong start from Josh, this. Tops after 15. Will he get a go? He will. Should go ball.
65. Josh, you require 40.
That just resetting himself, wasn't comfortable.
That's game shot and the first leg. Josh McCarthy.
Tidy start. Break a throw for Josh, and Jack is on the back foot early doors
Second
here.
leg, it's Josh to throw
180
first.
in the leg,
Game
so
on.
Jack will know he's up against it very early here.
Anything about Josh is solid. There's no theatrics about him whatsoever. If he has to step back and readjust, he'll step back and readjust. There's no Getty Price like big celebration that he does his own thing and he just goes about his business in a efficient manner.
Yeah, he's drama free, isn't he?
$60.
Oh, back to back, solid 60s all around it.
$85.
Yeah, he's got to sit in and try and force an error out of Josh. Get that break back.
100. $140. $100.
Nicely poised, this one.
96.
Looks off the treble to leave 120.
I feel like it's the sort of game, if someone can just find a couple of points on their average, they will just begin to motor through the gears.
90. Jack, you require 120.
Yeah, both at this stage will feel it's a very winnable match. Just about putting a bit of a streak together.
That's game shot
Bit
and
like
the
that.
second leg. Jack Main.
Just like that. Beautiful finish from Jack Main. Instantly responds with a
Third leg,
15-dart
Jack
breaker
to throw
throw with that
first.
120
Game
out.
on.
Got a level game.
Hard to split the pair.
Yeah, similar numbers at the early stages.
76.
You mentioned in the first game when we saw that overhead shot of Josh McCarthy's darts going into the board. When the first one just delves underneath the treble like that, it makes the bed smaller. So he's probably only got a smaller portion, maybe about a third of the bed to aim at towards the left-hand side when that first dart went
29.
in. That's really unlucky there for Jack Main. But he's had a couple of wobblers, hasn't he?
Well, sometimes his darts don't level out quick enough. So they're going in at quite an acute angle, and then the point gets no purchase in the board. And again, that's down to the overly aggressive acceleration through the throat. I say, just needs to soften it. And if it softens,
96.
the dart will level out a little bit quicker. Well, a lot quicker. Hear the sigh and the groan from McCarthy there.
95.
McCarthy came into this group as the outside of the 6 to go on to win it. He was quoted with the bookmakers at 11-1. That was probably down to a combination of factors. He's openly admitted he hasn't played as much as he usually did.
140.
And that kind of affected the performance last time round here. But we're seeing better signs. If it's not to win the group, to be in the frame of qualification at least.
Yeah, I mean, those odds are reflected on his performances the last time he was here.
135. Josh, you require 81.
For a break. A third consecutive break. 12 ball, treble 12, double 13.
55. Jack, you require 70.
These are the moments that change matches just like this.
38.
Because the miss on the double 16 opens up the break chance of Josh McCarthy on the double 13.
And when you're struggling a bit, they don't tend to go in. Almost talk yourself out of them.
That's game shot and the third leg.
Josh McCarthy has talked himself into double 13. Unlucky for some, not unlucky for Josh there. It's a tidy enough 16-dart breaker throw.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 86.5. 2-1 up. That's the darts to make it 3-1. And again.
100.
Very tidy ton.
$180.
And at times like that, he can be so enigmatic, King Jack Main. I don't mean this with any disrespect to Josh whatsoever, but out of this pair, Jack Main will be the flair player. He'll be the one that comes up with the flashes, but this is McCarthy. He will take chances when he gets them at the double. He will loiter around that mid-80s range, which will present you with chances in this format.
60. $100.
You all want to play poker with Josh because he doesn't give much away, does he?
$100. $91. Jack, you require 161.
That flare you were talking about. I was going to say, it could be evident here. And he is very much the flair player of the two, isn't he? Where Josh is just very businesslike. Goes about his business. Whoop, whoop.
59.
Sound of Dud police.
Jack, you require 64.
Wait till tomorrow night's session. There'll be sirens everywhere.
Yeah, 56. 16 tops. And again, that's caused by
24.
not being confident about what you got left. It's 8 from
Josh,
64.
you require 110.
How many times have you thrown at 64 and hit an 8? It leaves 56 every time. It never changes. And just that element of doubt created the single 7.
That's
and he's
game
paid the
shot
price.
and the 4th leg.
18
Josh McCarthy.
dart. Hold of throw, despite the max in the leg from Jack Main.
Jack Main looked
5th
on
leg,
in the
it's Jack to
background. He
throw first.
turned his head
Game
from the
on.
table to look at the board, and when he saw McCarthy hit the tops, his heart would have been in his hands.
140.
Well, head should. I hope the half wasn't.
Yeah. So, what kind of films have you been watching lately?
50.
The worst episode of Casualty ever. BBC budget cuts.
100.
Today on Doctors. To be fair, we were done yesterday in time to watch Doctors. Probably in time to watch Loose Women, Dickinson's Real Deal, and all the rest of them.
60.
Yeah, they sound thrilling.
That's what happens when you bunk off
60.
uni for a day. You actually turn out it's not as good as you think it is. Especially when the pub ain't open. And usually that's what's on in the pub. But just going back to
60.
Portsmouth and fights. You know that famous video on the internet in the kebab house of all those people fighting and that bloke sat down?
Yeah.
That was filmed at an establishment in
95.
Portsmouth.
Oh, wow. Why doesn't that surprise me?
I wish I could come back and try and defend, but I just can't.
96. Jack, you require 106. $88.
Anyone can miss double 18?
Absolutely. Seen it firsthand.
Although some of them do just stray the wire.
65. Jack, you require 18.
Double 4, one in hand.
That's game shot and the 5th leg. Jack Main.
Well, that's one back for Jack. An 18 dart hold. Now
6th leg. It's
the
Josh
work
to throw
starts.
first. Game on.
it's going to need to start with a break and then a hold. And then it will be Jack Main who will make it 2 from 2.
96.
You feel Jack Main's going to have to get this leg done in 5 visits as a minimum.
93.
Yep. Well, the average for Josh around the mid-80s, of course, equates to around 6 visits, which he will get here on throw, unless,
45.
like you say, Jack Main can find a 15. Going about it the right way.
83.
Strays right. Finds the treble 1.
$60. $100.
Huge last start there for Jack Main. Just
Yep.
sneaks a treble into the corner. way that first dart stands up for Josh, it actually makes that treble bed bigger, and as a consequence,
100.
Second dart finds the treble bed, and perhaps to be disappointed not to get a 140 from that particular position.
Very similar to that when they sit up. It's just a case of bumping off, and both will be disappointed just to have got a ton out of their respective visits. But it's in Jack Main's hand. It's a big ask, the 125, but it looks like it's going to have to go.
140.
Certainly will now.
Well, he said it was a leg you felt he had to get done in 5 visits. Well, this is the 5th visit to the board. The 125 to send us all the way. And so now he is going to have to rely on Josh McCarthy. Potentially missing 2 darts at top, so a 4-2 win.
Double 19's the shot, I believe 32.
87. Check 93. Josh, you require 60.
So this is to move on to 4 points. The first player to do exactly that. But he's only going to get a dart, and that's he guarantees a single 19, which he does. And up for tops he goes.
That's
for a 4-2 win.
And the match.
And it is yet another efficient display from Josh McCarthy as he gets the better of Jack Main by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with an average of 82.3. 4 out of 8 on the doubles. When he's getting opportunities at the outer ring, Josh McCarthy, he is taking those chances with aplomb. Jack Main, well, he won his first game against Carl Wilkinson. A defeat in his second one means he's on 2 points. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Wilkinson in action. He takes on Moreno Blom, who can join McCarthy in that club of 2 wins from 2 if he can get the better of him after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Jelle Klaassen is going to be here on Saturday night, and you can be too. Visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets for finals night, which of course gets underway from 7:30 p.m. But back here in Group C, our fifth match of the session sees Moreno Blom take on Carl Wilkinson. The Dutchman missed 13 darts at double in his opening match, but still came through in a decider to get the better of Dudbridge, having been 3-1 down at one stage. And the celebration from Blom at the end, an indication of how important it was for him to get off to a strong start. As for Wilkinson, well, he didn't do a great deal wrong in his opening match, averaged 86, but was only afforded 2 darts at double as he struggled to deal with a superior performance from his opponent. To see who picks up the points in this one, let's hand back to Henry and Chris.
Thank you very much, Abby. It's a game that I don't think anybody quite knows how to prize apart, and the bookmakers have changed their odds from the beginning of the day to now. Both players 5 to 6 chance. They just don't know how to split them, and I think that's probably a fair reflection of what we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the start of play, 4 to 5 Moreno, 10 to 11 Carl Wilkinson, and now they both go 5 to 6 each of 2, and it is very much a pick'em game, isn't it? You can almost make a valid case for both. It's very much going to be one of those that it's just on the day.
First leg, it's Moreno
Who's
to
going to show
first.
up?
Game on.
Who's going to show out? This is going to be quick.
140.
Regardless of scoreline. Both are rapid.
Yeah, the bookmakers just deciding to say, well, take your pick. I mean, the over 5.5 legs category is 1 to 2. They expect this. They just can't pick it whichever way, whichever market you look at.
80.
If you're looking at maybe where they may just favour Moreno, maybe if you look at the last leg column, they expect him to win 4-3 at 7 to 2 compared to Wilkinson at 5 to 1. That's
38.
probably the only way that the bookies can slightly split the pair.
Because of the advantage of throw, of course.
97.
We both said, didn't we, before going on air, we just don't know.
No, I couldn't honestly pick one with any
137.
conviction, let's put it that way.
144.
What a start by Moreno. Tops after 12. Have some of that.
Trying to make us look stupid, Chris.
Wouldn't be hard, in fairness.
48. Moreno, you require 40.
Speak for yourself. Tops to 1-0.
You and your university education and all that.
That's game shot and the first leg.
Nothing wrong with the university of life. Nothing wrong with that for Moreno Blom.
No, very, very tidy indeed. A rare holder throw.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first.
15 darter.
Game on.
Gets this one underway.
Interesting, just look at that camera angle of him at the back of the stage. That's a real grit between the teeth there.
99.
And sometimes you just see him quite cool and composed. There's a bit more of a fire in the belly of Moreno Blom in this one.
43.
Well, unlike the last few days, he's made a winning start to the day, and he'll want to keep that feeling, that winning feeling.
60.
Saying to me this morning, he's in a good place in his game. He was mentioning how he won the
58.
WDF event in Hungary, and they're played in big fields. And the European events, you would have had especially last year, you had the likes of Venstra and players like that playing in those fields. So you have to play some good stuff to win those types of events, those open events where good players enter the field.
58.
Can it sometimes be the case here that when you have a player like Moreno who's played so well in those other events, when they come here, that they want to showcase that talent? Maybe they can try too hard to showcase it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We all
134.
fall foul to that of just constantly trying to force the issue.
$140.
He's enough for sponsor and Carl Wilkinson, himself on 67. This is, of course, with the throw after Moreno held in the first.
Carl, you require 67.
He gets this. Well, it's the match that's following the pattern that we expected before. We got underway. And so it's going to be the solitary dart at double 16. And he needs a solitary dart at double 16.
Well, I'm not sure about the conversion rate or what the money is in Hungary, but it was...
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw
235,000 of their monies.
140.
See what I got for my uni education? He defeated Benjamin Pratnemir in the final.
80.
Decent player from Slovenia.
I'll take your word for it.
Although, let's be fair, he's definitely coming back and saying, I want 235 grand for that comp.
He had a total prize pool of 708,500. Suppose the WDF didn't promote it that way, but just forgot to put the local Scoobies, wherever they are.
Yeah, if it's got 700,000 on it, I'll be taking it. Fake it till you
60.
make it.
Absolutely.
I want 235 grand for running a darts comp. That's all you need to know.
I won nearly $250,000 the last time I played. I like it.
It's like, 99. Do you remember back in Zimbabwe when the currency was like $1 billion one day and then $1 the next?
134.
Have trouble here would force the issue, Moreno.
Moreno, you require
Time will apply
86.
pressure on this 86 of the throw.
To put it into some kind of perspective, when I won
66.
When I won week 12, I won 2.1 million Hungarian forint. So I think Moreno won about 25 quid for winning that tournament.
19. Moreno, you require 20. 10.
I'd almost be a billionaire out
you
there.
require 69.
It was actually 541 quid for winning the Hungarian, was it Classic? Classic.
That's game shot and the third leg. Carl Wilkinson.
Still got to be in it to win it. And Carl Wilkinson is responding well here.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
That's the opener. Back-to-back legs. Back-to-back 18 darters.
58.
I'm going to be honest, the only thing that's in my head is the idea that the bosses are going to take you and say, you did not win 2 million.
59.
Stop spending more money.
Well, it was over 2 million foreign.
How much of the winner of Champions we get?
42.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec. 20,000. Let's have a look. 20.
100.
I don't know, but it's a lot, mate. 8,673,026 and 89 forints.
If Raymond Smith's watching this, he's basically saying to everyone, I've just won 8.5 million winning a darts comp at the Super Series.
Well, his conversion wasn't too bad. That turned out to be 40,000 Australian dollars, didn't it?
45.
Mind you, think about the price of a pint out there. It's probably about 1,000. Probably about £1,000 for a pint, which, to be fair, ain't too far off London prices. But
42.
well, that's given us some entertainment on a Thursday morning.
58. Moreno, you require 160.
Moreno, entertain us of a 160 to level up. Not on this occasion.
60. 41. Moreno, you require 100.
To accrue the break back. Tops.
80. Carl, you require
Oh, I hope he wasn't going for the
157.
treble.
Oh, Blom looking good to break back and level things up.
137. Moreno, you require 20. That's game shot. And the fourth leg, Moreno Blom.
Well, the fourth leg's in the leisure. Moreno Blom pinning that double 10 to level us up at 2 apiece. Average just under 83 for the Dutchman.
Fifth leg's Moreno to throw first.
Which
game on.
was around the level that he showed in his first game against Mark Dudbridge, 83.24. 4 out of 17 on the doubles. Now, that's kind of a similar affair here. 2 out of 10 on the outer ring. So he's taking in more opportunities than we're used to seeing him take to convert the doubles.
More importantly, we're still none the wiser who's going to win the game after 4 legs played. They're locked at Desmond, 2-2.
So where's your 500,000 Hungarian?
60.
Staying firmly in my Hungarian bank account.
134.
Someone will be tuning just about now, wondering why I'm asking Chris Mason to put 500,000 on a darts match.
Well, I'm just looking at the average point, the cost of a point. It's 1,500
123.
forints. They must have wallets the size of suitcases out there.
You know, they talk about the $1 million bill in America. They must literally have to have one out there.
26. Moreno, you require 87.
Well, Moreno beyond the money here. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye
47.
here, so just sets things up for a 3-2 lead. Tops upon his return after 15. And anything 5 to 6 visits have just been enough in this match, hasn't it?
Moreno, you require 40. Game shot and the fifth leg, Moreno Blom.
3-2 Blom.
17 darter. Back-to-back legs.
Sixth leg, it's Kyle to throw first. Game on. $99. 100. 100.
Actually get a 20,000 foreign note. 20 grand.
Instead of having the giant novelty check at the end of Champions Week.
121. 100.
Imagine you went to a restaurant in Budapest and the bill comes to 20,000. You're thinking, oh, no. This was a messier night than I thought it was going to be.
Especially if you didn't know the exchange rate before going out there.
81.
Be a normal night out, wouldn't it, to be fair?
Yeah, just flying on the card. You're like, oh.
Can't go contactless with that.
95. Carl, you require 100.
To take us all the way again. In 2 of the 4 matches so far go the distance.
60.
I actually went to the Romanian Open with a load of West Midlands lads a few years ago. We had a great time. 12 of us went to a big restaurant. And
85.
we actually ate and drank like kings all night long.
Require 40.
It was about 15 quid a head. It was unbelievable. What a beautiful place.
Yeah, I've only heard good things about that.
No score.
Apart from the fact it was about -20, well, that's what it felt like. But beautiful architecture.
Moreno, you require
nice people.
64.
Highly recommended.
This be a nice start to the day for Moreno Blom as he goes up for his favourite tops of the win. Just drags underneath, and so Wilkinson, who's already
Carl, you require 40.
missed 3 at this target in this leg, will be returning for tops, which Moreno's just missed himself to send us to a last leg decider. Down for double 10. Nice guide. Can he move it across?
30.
He's just overcompensated there, and so Blom gets his chance.
Moreno,
Marginally there, wasn't it? Double 10 for Moreno.
Okay,
Moreno
and
finds
the
double
Moreno
10
Blom.
and completes the comeback. Trailed 2-1 before reeling off 3 on the spin. An end average very similar to his opening match average, which was, of course, against Dudbridge, where he won by 4-3 with an 83-24. Well, an 82-34 this time, 4 out of 15 on the doubles. But it is Blom who tops the table on 2 from 2. When we come back, it will be Danny Lauby up against Mark Dudbridge.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Danny Lauby and Mark Dudbridge next up this morning. 2 players who feel they had ample opportunity to pick up 2 points from their opening matches, having got themselves into commanding positions, but both find themselves looking for that first win of the session coming into this one. Both opening their day's play with averages in the mid-80s, and Lauby in particular will be expecting to put at least 5 points onto his average in this next match, and he's the 8-11 favourite to pick up the points in this one. To find out who they make favourite and to talk you through the action, here's Mace and Henry.
Thanks, Abby. Well, he's 8-11 now, Danny Lauby. He started the day at 4-6, and Dubby was 11-10. Dubby's been backed in half a point. He's now even money. Make of that what you will. And both myself and Henry were having a discussion, and we were thinking if we're going to see a big ton plus average today, it's most likely to come from this matchup.
I think both players complement each other here. I think these players are probably the 2 that will raise the standards in this group. And maybe what might be interesting to have a look at will be the 180 stats in this game. We know how much of a power scorer Mark Dudbridge is. We've seen Danny Lauby hit some stratospheric stuff at times as well. Well, the record is 9 in a match. Just playing against Andy Jenkins.
Long time ago, that.
Well, it literally would have had to have been last year because Josh Payne can't play in this anymore.
Danny to throw first.
I think it was the year before that.
Game on.
Well, they got, if you like a real short price punt, Danny Lauby over 0.5, 8 to 13. And this has got 6-7 legs written all over it. And Dubby over 1.5, so 2 or more, 7 to 4.
If it doesn't go 7 legs, you'd expect that to go.
Yeah, I certainly think Lauby will get at least one. Well, his stats point to that.
95.
Which will now switch to the treble 19s.
Yeah. Combined over 2.5 in the match
180
was 7 to 4 as Dubby piles
59.
in his first max.
Now, Danny Lauby will know that he can do some significant damage to Mark Dudbridge here. These were the two favourites going into this particular group, but both lost their opening game. So defeat for either one here will see themselves on the back foot at a very early stage. They can do damage to each other here with a win over the other.
140.
Yeah, it's a bad draw for both at this stage. Great adjustment.
99. Danny, you require 107.
Tops.
87.
Hear how close that was. Clips the bottom wire.
Mark, you require 84.
Audibly close.
You'd hear Dudbridge go,
34.
ooh, as that first dart
Danny,
slipped into the
20.
single one.
That's game shot and the first leg.
Despite
Danny
the
Lauby.
max, Lauby holds in 17, and Mark will be frustrated there that at worst you think just a single 20. You get a
Second
go
leg,
at
it's
14
Mark
and
to
ball,
throw
at
first.
treble 14,
Game
double
on.
11. Problem is, with back-to-back defeats this early in this group, remember this group has only played over 2 days. It really does leave you with a lot of work to do, and I say Mark's made of sterner stuff, but you wouldn't be human if your head didn't drop slightly and start to panic just a little bit.
81.
And if you're Josh McCarthy and Moreno Blom, both sat on 4 points, we're going to see Moreno in action
100.
next against Jack Main. You must be looking at this and thinking, well, this could potentially play into our hands because one of these players will be 0 from 2 at the end of this. One will be 1 from 2 at the end of this. And they'll see this as a springboard with them still
62.
to play them, or at least one of them, as the day goes on.
Yeah, Josh and Moreno on identical figures, aren't they? 4 points
100.
and +3 on the leg difference. Absolutely identical at the top of the table. Coming up after this one is, as you say, Jack against Moreno. Win there for Jack, and we'll have 3 at the top of the table.
140.
Don't forget, if you're a social media
100.
user and you want to get in
Mark,
touch with us here at the
160.
MODUS Super Series at MSS Darts, all one word, on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Any questions
41.
or anything you'd
Danny,
like
you
to
require
say,
101.
give us a shout. Henry's in the hot seat in that department. He's got his phone there,
45.
logged on to Twitter.
Mark, you require 119.
Just have to sift through the hate mail first.
That's the fun bit. I love it. Makes my day. Oh. Weight of dart was okay.
80.
The line
Danny
wasn't.
required 56.
So Danny, 16 and tops for 2 zip. 10s, hit it last time.
36.
Doesn't hit it this time. A reprieve
Mark,
for the
you require
Bristolian.
39.
Two 16s. Nice lie with the first.
23.
He couldn't clip it off the barrel of the second, and so
Danny,
Lauby
you require
gets a second
20.
bite at the double 10. One left.
No score.
You always think with Lauby, when it comes to last start in hand, it could be a bit of an issue because sometimes you just see a little bit of a rush, don't we? And that became a bit apparent in the last 2 visits to the board as Dudbridge returns for the double 8. Couldn't possibly miss for the second
leg. Mark Dudbridge.
Yeah, gets there in the end. It wasn't a pretty leg of darts, but he will take it. 1 apiece. Now he's got to build from here. Yeah, Lauby can be a little erratic, but that's down to the speed, isn't it?
99.
Very interested to see what Danny's aspirations will be for the year. I'd imagine for him, with qualification now, Danny Baggish without a tour car, maybe looking at getting into the PDC American World Cup squad this year. There's going to be competition for those places. Leonard Gates, Larry Butler, they're going to provide stiff opposition. Alex Spellman's playing some good stuff at the minute, but for Danny Lauby, that should be where he sets his sights. He should feel as if he's in that bracket to take on a spot in that World Cup team.
Yeah, American darts is in a good place right now, isn't it? Lots of opportunities. The CDC, of course.
95.
Personally, I'm a big fan of. I'm planning a trip out there actually just to do some commentary and have a week stateside. Get involved with the
25.
The circuit out there. Catch up with some old friends. Oh, I love a
99.
trip to America. Love it.
Can't say I'm envious.
Yeah. Come, mate. Not like you can't afford it now, is it? All this dough you're making.
Give her the bosses, let me have a week off.
Yeah, that's the only issue we have is actually getting time off.
Double 10. And there it is. 2-1 Lauby.
Danny Lauby.
We'll do it on February the 30th.
Well, that's when they'll say we're allowed to go. Both doing some long stints. I'm doing
Mark to throw first. Game on.
5 out of 6 weeks when I return. And in between that, of course, we've got the UK Open next week. Danny Lauby touched on that, didn't he, when you were having a chat with him earlier today? I mean, this is the perfect preparation for it, isn't it? Early stages of that UK Open, of course, short course starts. Now this year, for the first time, each board will be streamed.
Great. So do you know how that's working? Is that going to be like stage 2 would be as it normally is? It'll be like maybe a single camera for maybe some of the other boards?
I think you'll have the option via the website just to pick which you want to watch. It's only going to be a fixed cam. Of course, it's not going to be a
60.
A full production on each one, but it'll be a good enough quality to watch, and then you can follow the stats. So watch the game and then put the Dart Connect. So split the screen, Dart Connect on the left, put the image of the board on the right.
You guys on the TV are going to have migraines by the end of it, aren't you?
Well, that's the same. Won't be doing commentary, but at least we can
100.
keep abreast of what's going on each board now, like visually as well as using Dart Connect, which, well, Dart Connect has been an absolute game changer. Fabulous innovation. And as always, the PDC
99
continue to evolve, and now that the technology has moved on, they're able to cover the multi-boardroom now.
45. Mark, you require
before the costing of doing that 10 years ago would have been astronomical. But nowadays with modern cameras, still would have been a
59.
fairly hefty investment, that's for sure.
Cameras don't come cheap.
56.
No, well, we watch this place evolve and get built, and the amount of investment that went in here is, again, astronomical.
And you're trying to spend more.
And earn more.
39.
Pay rise is due, surely.
I'll let you answer that text.
Yeah.
41.
Well, when I mentioned yesterday about doing the Ultimate Champions of Champions, when we have 12 for the Ultimate Champions Week, I've been told to watch this space. It's looking like it's going to happen. And that will be 46. A mega event.
Because the way it work out, it'll only be a once every couple of years thing. Interesting way to go with Dudbridge on a double.
105.
He goes that way, though. That's his route. He picks that route every time. Double 10. It's been hit a lot in this game, hasn't it?
Game shot and the fourth leg.
Third time the double 10's been hit, and Dubby bounces back, levels things up. Again, an absolute monstrously long
Fifth
leg.
It's Danny
for
to throw
him.
first. Game on.
But more importantly, it's 2 apiece.
78.
Because this one's scrappy, the pressure will pile on because both will be thinking, come on, just find another gear and I can stroll away with this one into the sunset.
60.
Well, no sun down in Pompey right now, but you know what I mean.
The arcades are still open.
180.
There's the first max, and if you back that market, you're winner now. And right on cue, the ambulance goes past.
That's bringing the money.
100.
You have to have the SWAT team to deliver the money around here.
140.
Disappointed not to find another max there. It would have been back to back. There was acres of room. It was begging to be hit.
46.
Dubby, the timing's
Danny
just gone with the throw here with Dubby.
$51.
Could leave this from Lauby, leaving 52 after 12 with the throw.
60.
Forcing the issue of Mark Dudbridge. So this for a 3-2 lead to put him one away from the match. Tops is what he wants.
Game shot.
Tops is what he gets.
Leg. Danny Lauby.
And he is so efficient on that top of the board.
Well, he's been the better player by a big margin. When you have a quick look at the averages, I mean, 14 points the difference. It's Dummy that's just about hanging in there. But he's at the point of no return here. 2 to play.
100.
That's to win them both.
It's an uncharacteristic performance from Mark Dudbridge.
Sometimes just the timing of the throw
58.
goes, and you think, well, you've got plenty enough time, but you're almost in default mode at this stage, and just needs to click back in. And well, here we go.
180.
That was the other one that we fancied over the 2.5 in total.
100.
That's that covered with 3 in the match now. That was 7 to 4.
We would have won 5 million Hungarian.
500 million.
100.
Better like this.
140. Mark, you require 121.
Son of a cast player back against the wall, and he's producing some good stuff, Mark Dudbridge. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye. Not going to go for it. He's going to set up quite nicely. 32 after 12. And so Lauby here needs a haymaker visit and just hope that there is a miss from Flash.
140. Mark, you require 32.
Just inside that one. Moves across.
16.
Oh dear.
There's a great camera angle there just to show that he needed that dart to find the bottom segment of the board, but has a miss on the big number for Lauby. So double 18 is what he wants. Double 18 is what he misses. And in a Flash, he misses that double.
16.
And Flash now looking to level up.
Literally been looking to level
Game
up
shot
in
and the sixth leg.
the performance stakes of this one. It's a 17 darter, his best leg of the match so far. We've had 3 holds of throw apiece.
Leg. It's Danny to throw first.
Not for the first time today. We're going to a decider.
140.
Games so far today have gone 4-1, 4-3, 4-3, 4-2, 4-2. Hard to prize this group apart.
Yeah, 3 against throw, 2 with throw.
And in fairness, the 4-1 wasn't really a 4-1 either, the main Wilkinson game.
No.
$60.
And a bit snatchy.
81.
think it's taking Mark a little bit longer than he expected to settle today.
60.
Looked comfortable in spells, but overall, it's a little edgy. Better and smooth. Beautiful.
140.
He's coming up
60.
trumps in the right moments, and the American there may have just hit a wall.
Well, Dubs now has the darts. And some. Oh, how nice is that?
171.
Backing up. A great 140 with a 171 to leave.
125.
Double 8.
Mark, you require 16.
For 13 darter in a deciding leg
Game,
against
shot,
the darts.
and the match.
That is
Mark
class for
Dudbridge.
Mark Dudbridge, who shows all of his excellence, all of his brilliance in a deciding leg to get the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 3. If you have a look at the stats, Danny Lauby outscored Mark Dudbridge, but he missed a dart at double 18 for the match in the 6th leg. Dudbridge then made a run for the line. A 78 average was enough to get the better of the 86 from Lauby. 4 out of 14 on the doubles, enough for Dudbridge. And so he's on the board. He picks up 2 points. And Danny Lauby, the favourite to win this group, has yet to pick up a win following his opening 2 matches. Well, we're going to take a short break. Chris Mason's going to make his way up to the balcony. And upon our return, we're going to see Jack Main in action as he takes on Moreno Blom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mark Dudbridge has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Danny Lauby. Chris Mason, it's a case of deja vu, isn't it, for Lauby? Because this is exactly what was happening to him on Monday as well.
Yeah, deja vu for Danny. He's just getting nothing today. 2 games played, not picked up a point. And that's one there you feel like he should have won. He pretty much dominated the better legs, while it was Dubby that was just picking up the pieces. But ultimately, Mark showed his experience in the deciding leg, produced the best leg of the match, a 13 darter. Yeah, it is very much like what Danny had to deal with on Monday.
And we know how quick a player Danny Lauby is. The 2 games he's played in this morning have already been longer than any of the games he played in Group A, which isn't really saying much because some of them were 6 minutes long. But do you think that has any impact on him?
Yeah, I think he's very much a player that likes to play against the quicker player because it suits his pace better. But that's something you're going to have to learn. Not everybody is as quick as Moreno Blom and the rest of the speed merchants we have here. And that's just something he will develop in time. And Mark's far from slow, but he's very much one-paced. And that seemed to just get to him a little bit there. But the thing is, the more experienced player will slow him down to a I'd slow him down to a standstill, and that's what he's got to deal with.
And Jelle Klaassen said yesterday when we spoke to him, having topped Group A, that he was someone who really thought about the head-to-head records for the week. We've got 2 players up next in Main and Blom who've played each other 3 times. So the head-to-head is 2-1 in Main's favour. But of course, he did get whitewashed by Blom yesterday. Do you think either of these 2 players are thinking about that?
Yeah, I think they'll be aware of what's gone in front of them this week. I think Jack will be fairly happy with, especially at the start he made to the day, and he looks a lot more focused. He looks today like he looked like on Tuesday, and maybe that's the secret. He looks far less stressed at the moment, and I think he plays a lot better when like I say, he's not emotionally invested in a game and just go through the motions.
Yeah, and he has posted the highest average we've seen so far in Group C. So to find out who comes out on top in this one, let's find out and rejoin Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, Jack Main against Moreno Blom, and we're having a look at the bookmakers' odds before this got underway, and Jack Main goes off a 8-15 favourite with the odds compilers. Meanwhile, for Moreno Blom, he's 11-8 with the bookmakers. Now, if you are having a flutter, of course, it's 18+, begambleaware.org, but that's probably where the value lies in this one, because if you have a look at the stuff that he's produced, you know what we're going to get from him. We're going to get an average in the low to mid-80s, and we're going to see him be presented with opportunity at the double, which if he gets the chances at the board, he will take. So we know exactly what we're going to get from him. Meanwhile, as a consequence for Jack Main, 93.61 in his first match, 4 out of 5 on the doubles, very, very good stuff. Second game, 2 out of 5 on the doubles. So he's taking the opportunities he gets, but between the first game and the second, the scoring average went down. So an interesting battle here in this third game of the day. And when you have a day like Jack Main has had, we've had 2 performances in different scales, we wonder what we're going to get from the third.
Yeah, I think we've already established
60.
Jack. It's very much how he psychologically approaches the day and the matches. Can get himself bogged down quite easily. Again, I say, like, technically
60.
there's not too much wrong with what Jack does. And just as I keep saying,
96.
he's too emotionally invested in the match itself and the performance.
I like the look of Moreno at 11-8 in this one. And I'll tell you what I might also like the look of now, or in the first couple of rounds of matches, is Josh McCarthy possibly at 5-4 against Dudbridge next up.
180.
Yeah, certainly on the back of the last
93.
performance. Although, as we know, it's not how you start in this sport, it's very much how you finish. And he finished beautifully with a 13-darter.
36.
After 2 cycles of games, the table's just starting to take shape, isn't it?
Jack, you require 141.
Sort of say, well, what we've seen from Carl Wilkinson the last few times we've seen him here at the Super Series, he has struggled. And that struggle seems to be continuing today. I certainly didn't expect to see Danny Lauby at the foot of the table after
Marino, you require
2 rounds of matches. That's where he finds himself.
It's a group that's taking shape, but a group you still feel there's a lot of room for manoeuvre in terms of positioning.
I think it's quite an evenly matched group, personally. I certainly don't think Carl Wilkinson's performances are a million miles away from getting points on the board. That's
game shot and the first leg. Jack Main.
Great recovery from Jack Main in the end to hold in 18, courtesy of a 180.
Second legs, Moreno to throw first. Game on. 100.
Moreno so keen to get on with it, he didn't let our referee Justin Bradshaw finish the call.
Is this Justin's debut
140.
here?
Seen him on Saturday nights in the past.
Oh, right, okay.
But in terms of a full week, this is his
60.
first week. He's been doing some bits behind the scenes. Danny McNamara, who did a brilliant job on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. He's learning the arts of spotting with Charlie Courstefine.
And again, that throw there is a perfect example. He's putting it down to grit, but it's not. It's technique. And he just can
45.
really fire through with just too much aggression.
83.
I love that. It can't be far away from having something that can record the speed of the dart through the air. And I'd love to see the consistencies or inconsistencies of some players with regard to speed from release and peak speed through the air.
Well, we might
I've just spent another couple of $100,000 on a special camera that can do that for us. Sorry, George.
About 12 million Hungarian lira. What we should do is we should get one of the members of the production gallery to have one of those police-style speed guns at the side of the stage.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too off-putting, would it?
What's Owen Binks doing today?
42.
Oh, Abby's not doing anything at the minute.
Let's get our side of stage with the the radar.
60. Moreno, you require 120. 80. Jack, you require 170.
Should be back. Maybe not.
100. Moreno, you require 40.
Wow, that's a wild one. Double 18.
8.
All three of them very,
Jack, you require
very
70.
wild.
No composure.
Zilch.
You're going to be allowed to get away with it. Maine open up a 2-0 lead and obtain the break of foe.
Jack Maine.
Oh, his finishing, it was a 71 recovery in leg 1 and a 70 checkout in leg 2.
Legs, Jack to throw first. Game on.
Both to really pinch the legs.
Is this what you mean about Jack Maine? Because we see him win the leg and then he goes back to the table, he's shaking his head. He's still won the leg and he's still broken the throw. You've got to take 82. The positive out of that.
Yeah, it's that half glass, glass half full or half empty type approach, isn't it? You know, you've got to take the positives. Ultimately, this isn't about who has the highest average. Ask Danny Lauby what he'd rather have: winning ugly or be where he is playing well on nil point. It's just about winning the games. The top performances will take care of themselves when they're needed, and you either win or you lose.
And the reason we're saying this is because we know how supremely talented Jack is. There is a natural ability there, and at times he has shown some of the best darts this week, especially on Tuesday.
140.
And the problem is it becomes very tiresome, and you may not get physically exhausted, but you'll get mentally exhausted. It was the same thing I said towards the back end of last year, and I spoke to Dimitri's manager about it. Listen, all this looking up to the heavens and all this extra focus and Zen type stuff, it's exhausting him because
93.
We're not seeing him express himself. Everything is contrived. Everything is manufactured, and he's not that type of player. Look at him this year, playing with a smile in his face, playing with freedom. There's a lot more tempo to it. It's a lot more natural. And we're seeing some really good stuff from Dimitri so far.
Moreno, you require 84.
Yoga is for mats, not a dartboard.
There you go.
68. Check 60. That is right, 68.
And Moreno will return for this double 8. to get a break back, to bring it back to 2-1 and bring the game back on throw. Main looking to apply
82.
pressure.
Moreno, you require 16.
2 fours.
12.
Couldn't finish his dinner at the moment, could he?
Jack, you require 109.
Just feels like a rush at the minute for Moreno. What we spoke about so well about him and his finishing is he has sometimes just step back just to recompose because he knows the pace that he plays at. Sometimes there's a bit of a rush, and when you're a quicker player, it can be so easy to fall into that trap.
82 left.
47. Moreno, you require 4.
Good now.
That's
Oh,
game
what a
shot
dart
and the
that is.
third leg. Moreno Blom.
Made an adjustment, made a further adjustment, and squeaked it in to the double 2 for a break of
Fourth
throw.
legs. Moreno to throw first. Game on.
See what I liked about Moreno there when that went in.
100.
He knew he broke the throw, walked up the board, straight back down the oche, stood right on the line at the back of the exclusion carpet, waiting for that clock to tick down.
46.
Yeah, and there's, you know, that's the longest leg of the match. There was no shake of the head and
55.
dramatics from Moreno. Right, I've nicked that one. Happy days. Let's go again. Well, not necessarily nicked it, but it wasn't a pretty leg. Ultimately, it's a leg on the board.
125.
You mentioned it doesn't matter how you play, just get the wins. If you've got to win dirty, win dirty every now and then.
134.
Absolutely.
Of course, all players will look at their overall weekly averages because if there is a scenario where someone in the Champions League field drops out, we saw with Ashton and Warner, they were ineligible to play at Champions League because they won tour cards. The players with the next highest average in the runners-up over the course of a week will get
140.
invitations into Champions Week. But we should be good to go with the 12 champions this time round because we haven't got that tour cards now. But you should always keep yourself handy in those positions.
Absolutely.
41. Moreno, you require 72.
Stay there. Tops. Back-to-back
shot
legs
and the fourth leg.
for Moreno Blom.
Blom.
And that was a much tidier leg from the Dutchman. A 15-dart hold.
Fifth
the
leg.
finishing in this one
throw first. Game
hasn't
on.
been too bad from, well, it's been perfect for Jack Main. 2 from 2. We had one leg where Moreno went all around the board, but on that occasion there, the 72 was taken
60.
clinically. 2 16s and tops. He's averaging just shy of 80.
121.
And you called this spot on, Henry. You said after that defeat in his second match to Josh McCarthy, you expected him to go
140.
up and struggle. And he's done exactly that.
Yeah, I want to see how. I just want to see Jack Main just keep level-headed about things when it goes well and it goes bad. It's not all in this format, particularly because you are playing 25 matches in his case this week.
60.
It's not always going to be all highs. It's not always going to be all lows. It will even itself out somewhere, and mentally, that's where you've got to be.
Well, he's fallen into that trap we see from a lot of young players about averages, averages, averages. And we speak about averages because it's in relation to performance and levels.
100.
But doubles win you games. I'm playing well enough to get down to that said double.
43. Jack, you require 141.
Jack, after this, has a 3-game gap until his next game. For me, I would just take a little bit, no matter what the result is here, I would take a little bit of time out, maybe get a little bit of fresh air, come back in, and you're fresh again, as if you're starting the day again.
94.
Yeah, go for a little walk down
Jack,
the road
you
and
require 36.
yeah, just do anything. Take yourself away from the environment and refresh.
That's game shot and the fifth
and reset.
leg. Jack
Good
Main.
leg. 16 darter. Much better from Jack Main.
6 legs. Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Every player gets up there and wants to hit monstrous averages because it gets talked about so much. But in this environment, this type of format, this course and distance is about jotting up as many points as possible.
135.
By any means possible. Within the rules, of course.
Of course, yes.
57.
What's the first rule of Flight Club?
81.
Don't talk about Flight Club.
46.
This is where Jack really should be able to stretch his legs slightly. Here's a perfect example where you get things wrong. You watch him out there in practice, he just steps up to the oki, boom, throws. Here it's a look down, it's overly committed, it's overly focused.
I mentioned it earlier on in the week that does that maybe possibly stem from his football background where every single minute detail is analysed. Absolutely. And because of that, has that correlated into darts where, of course, there's going to be analytics. Of course, there's going to be critics. Of course, you're going to get those bits you get in football, but maybe not to the same scale analytically. And maybe that's something that is transferred over that maybe just needs to just rein back on a little bit. Maybe something a bit more perspective.
Yeah, I've done some exhibitions with Jack, and in that environment where he's comfortable and he's playing with freedom,
140.
he looks a different type of player, and that's what he's got introduced to actual match play situations, all tops, 10s.
80. Jack, you
for the win.
40.
And this would put 3 players onto 4 points. It'd be a 2-win from 3 day so far for Jack Main.
Game.
And
Shot.
Tops does
and
the
the
job
match to Jack
for
Main.
Jack Main. That is his 2nd win of the day. 2 wins from 3. He gets the better Moreno Blom, whose unbeaten streak in Group C comes to an end. But it is Main who gets over the line, and it was that efficiency on the doubles which was the turning point in this one. 4 out of 5 for Main, whilst for Moreno Blom, 2 out of 13. That came to cost him ultimately in the end, and so Jack Main responds with a win. And that is 2 from 3 for him. He's now the man at the top of the table on legs difference. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Josh McCarthy in action. He takes on Mark Dudbridge, and if he wins, there'll be a 4-way tie at the top of the table. Join us next.
Well, Josh McCarthy has been efficient in his 2 matches so far this morning. He's currently sat on 4 points in the league table, and he's up next against Mark Dudbridge, who put in a lovely 13-dart leg when he needed to come through a decider last time out. And it'll be interesting to see whether he's able to build on that here against a player he faced just over 5 years ago, as the pair went head-to-head in a UK Open qualifier in Wigan. On that occasion, it was McCarthy who came out on top with a 6-5 victory, and if he can do similar here, he'll remain the only unbeaten player in Group C. To guide you through all the ebbs and flows of this one, here's Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And this is a big game as the table continues to develop, because for Mark Dudbridge, he will really compact things at the top end of the table. As we mentioned before the break, well, 4 of the 6 players will be on 4 points. Whereas if McCarthy can win here, he has really opened things up for himself. He'll go 2 points clear at the top of the table, with the next game being between Wilkinson and Lauby, who are yet to get off the mark. But if it is a win for Dudbridge, Lauby and Wilkinson will both feel going into their game up next that everything is still up in the offing.
Well, a win for Josh. It won't be mission accomplished, but it'll be job done, winning 3 already of the 5 he has to play.
First leg
2
is Josh
still to go,
first.
so
game on.
Big game for both, for different reasons.
Effectively, if he wins this one, anything he gets from there ends up being a bonus.
Absolutely.
55.
Yeah, Brucey bonus, but can he play his cards right against Mark Dudbridge? That was higher. That was lower. That was higher.
123.
That was a bit like Jack's double top a minute ago. Higher, higher. Ooh.
You don't get anything for a pair in this game.
100. $134.
Mark Dudbridge, of course, co-owner of the wonderful Bar 501s in Bristol. One in Staple Hill, one in Kingswood. If you're a darts fan, it's a must visit.
140.
Let's make a trip down there at some point.
Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely. Darting paradise.
A Sunday fun day coming on there.
They have some
59.
mega Sunday fun days.
What do we make of the odds for the off here? Mark Dudbridge quoted as the 4-7 favourite to pick up the win here, but McCarthy didn't really change with the bookmakers. He started off at 5-4.
Yeah, there's been no real movement in this one. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, it was 5-4, 4-7. Yeah,
Josh, you require 32.
I can certainly make a case for McCarthy, especially in the last performance from Mark. But the key in that one, when it did go to the nitty-gritty,
that's game
Dudbridge
shot and the first leg. Josh McCarthy.
A wonderful 13-darter. As Josh opens this one up, where the 15-dart hold.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
The moniker of consistency, and consistent is what McCarthy has been so far today. With 2 matches, a 4-3 win, should I say, against Danny Lauby with an 86.26 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. He then backed that up with a 4-2 success against Jack Main, where he averaged 82.35 and 4 out of 8 on the doubles.
Yeah, absolutely solid, if not spectacular.
60.
Slow and steady could win the day. And that's exactly what we talk about when we were discussing Jack. It's just be solid.
40.
Just dear Dubby giving himself a little kick in the backside. Come on, Dubby.
I think Matt Clark was a great example in Series 2.
Yes.
You didn't see him hit stratospheric averages all the time, but he had a base level that was good enough to win more than losing.
Yeah, he had a default game in and around the mid-80s, which is always going to keep
55.
your opponent on his toes. I mean, listen, if your opponent goes up there and goes 12, 14, 13, 15, happy days. You know, the average 105, 106, you hold your hands up. More often than not, the players will be average, sort of hovering between
100.
85 and low 90s. If you have throw and time your run right, a mid-80s average can more than take care of that.
44.
Sometimes you can average 91 for the day and get nothing back.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
60.
Thanks for that, mate.
May I just say you did end up winning the week?
Yeah. Yeah, I was very much doing a Danny Lauby that day, wasn't I?
57.
He was, yeah, it was close to 92 for the day, and I think, what did I win? 1 game or something? Bonkers. Up next, Carl Wilkinson against Danny Lauby. Danny Lauby, a very backable 8 to 11 in that one.
100.
As we mentioned a couple of times this week, it just can't continue.
If it carries on like this, I'm convinced
60.
he's either stepped under a ladder, he's had an
Joshua
umbrella
McGuire,
indoors.
81.
Yeah, you name it, he's done it. Double 12 for 2-0. That's a good guide for him.
57.
Doesn't use it, just slightly over pitches. We'll be back though.
You're not a disaster with Dudbridge back on 186. He doesn't really
58.
apply the surmountable
Joshua
pressure
McGuire,
which he would have
24.
liked to. And so McCarthy returns for the double 12. Will break a throw, 2-0 lead.
That's game
And
shot.
he is
and
just
the second
solid as a
leg.
rock
Josh
today.
McCarthy.
He is doing everything he needs to do.
Yeah, if I could give any advice to Jack Main, it would be
Third leg. It's
be
Josh
more
to throw
Josh.
first. Game on.
break the game down leg by leg. You just keep going until the referee says game shot on the match, and then you go again and again and again and again.
45.
Last time Josh was here with the likes of John Henderson, Jared Cole. Is Colin Osborne in that week, or was it the week after? I'm not quite sure, but there was a lot of experienced players in the week that he was in, as Dudbridge looks to go for Max to start the leg.
180.
Def taxes and Dudbridge hitting a Max.
Welcome back, Dubby. Where have you been? At least won 180 in
121.
each of his 3 matches.
Can you follow up, Dubby? No is the answer, but just going back to Josh McCarthy, again, one of those players that will
78.
survey the practice room and will maybe not always take advice in the fact that he'll ask for advice, but he will just watch the room around him and take little bits from there.
Well, the beautiful position he's in is darts isn't the be-all and end-all.
79.
Which is why I always say to the young players, listen, have a plan B.
I suppose Josh McCarthy's in that position now. And so another sport working in football is there's players now that are good enough to play in the EFL, but prefer to be part-time in non-league. And now there is that option for players in darts where if they don't want to pursue the PDC because they've got business, they've got other interests, then there's still enough money and enough competitive action about in the amateur game to keep them interested, as McCarthy gets the second maximum of this leg. Dudbridge looking to get the leg done in the space of 12 darts. It's not going to happen, and so McCarthy should
49.
theoretically get a dart hit for a 3-0 lead.
Joshua
where
76.
that option wasn't available years ago. It was the BDO or the PDC, and there was little to no money in the BDO, and there's always the elite end of the PDC
36.
players picking up the spoils. So
Mark, you require 60.
now you have multiple options with the ADC. You can quite comfortably be a part-time player and earn a very, very good living.
That's game shot and the third leg. Mark Dudbridge.
Or as that expression goes, which I don't really like, but a semi-pro. Whatever that
Fourth
is.
leg, it's Mark to throw
But
first.
You know
Game
what I mean?
on.
Yeah, you can very much either run your own business or hold down a job with a reasonable employer that will give you that time off
60
when you as and when you need it, and also make a very lucrative living from darts without that pressure of having to win
180
to pay the bills, which is a situation a lot of the younger players find themselves in, and that's why they tend to go by the wayside. The pressure is just
97
too much. See, in snooker, any individual sport that is very much top weighted, if you look at a top 50 golfer or top 50 tennis player,
131
the money is squeezed all the way down, isn't it?
$60.
You look at what's happening as well with this and other projects. There's only going to be more room for manoeuvre as well for players. I'd love to see an invite event, almost like an amateur
95.
Grand Slam style event where all the winners of all the events are put together. Maybe a 16-player, 32-player field, have a weekend event. Put a decent bit of prize money up, put some TV coverage up, and almost have like an amateur Grand Slam of all the champions of things. Now I'm spending the money.
To put it into some kind of perspective, the 55th best player
47.
in golf earned $1 million.
Not Hungarian.
No, not foreign. Or yen. That's dollars. American dollars.
59. Joshua Quire, 48.
Well, they're getting paid the big bucks. There's big bucks on offer here at the Super Series, and it's for good darts.
And when you think of the Pro Tour, which is the
That's
top
game shot and
128,
the fourth leg. Josh McCarthy.
128th on the golf money list, $295,000.
I need to
Fifth leg,
perfect my
it is
putting.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
And that's just 1 year. I digress.
140.
By comparison, in darts, about 1,250 quid.
58.
No, it's not quite that. I jest. It is.
$140. 58.
McCarthy on the verge here of a 4-1 win against Dudbridge, who, following a promising opening display, even in defeat to Moreno Blom, has just regressed somewhat. We saw this 4-3 winning his Lauby, an average of 78.83. Here
99.
he's averaging 75 on the button.
Joshua Quire, 164.
So McCarthy here averaging 94.5. It's the perennial performance of the day thus far. Has got 6 darts to seal a 4-1 win.
If we think the gap
82.
now between those elite sports and darts is vast. Do you imagine what it was like 20 years ago when, well, over 20 years ago. Think about the 80s and the 90s. Yes, there was a lot of tournaments.
Joshua Quire, 82.
Winners' checks of just £3,000. The game has moved on incredibly. Tops. A very, very comfortable 4-1 win,
shot.
and in it goes.
And the match, Josh McCarthy.
Tied is up with a 15 dart leg and a end average for Josh McCarthy of 93.61, 2 180s, 4 140s, 40% on the doubles. And with that win, he moves clear at the top of the table. He moves on to 6 points and +6 in terms of legs difference. When we come back, it will be Carl Wilkinson against Danny Lauby.
Carl Wilkinson against Danny Lauby up next for you today. Both still searching for that first win in Group C. For the American, he's put in 2 steady mid-80 averages so far this morning and lost out in 2 last leg deciders. As for Wilkinson, there's been over 10 points between the 2 averages he's posted so far this morning, so still searching for some consistency in this session. Their one previous meeting of note come in on the Challenge Tour in Milton Keynes back in 2021, and it was Lauby who came out on top with a 5-3 win on that occasion. Again, the bookies make him the 8-11 favourite to get the victory here today. To find out who will get off the mark and who will be left searching for their first win with 2 more to be played after this one, let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And Danny Lauby must be thinking once again, he's playing well, but he's not getting the results that those performances have warranted. His first 2 games today, 4-3 defeat to Josh McCarthy, averaged 85.25 in that particular match. It was 3 out of 10 on the doubles, which came to plague him in the end against a McCarthy who is taking advantage of every opportunity presented to himself today. Then he lost again 4-3, this time to Mark Dudbridge. He averaged 86.6, so he really dominated that game before Dudbridge came up chance towards the line. It was 3 from 11 on the doubles that time.
First. Game on.
He can mop up on the outer ring. He will be dangerous, but that is what's becoming his undoing so far. He takes on Carl Wilkinson,
43.
who started off quite promisingly. He averaged just under 86 against Jack Main, and then in his previous game,
100.
then regressed back to a 74.8, and so quite similar to what we have seen in the past. The third game, we wonder what we're going to get from him.
Yeah, when we break down that match, though, against Jack Main, that
55.
86 average was very much a scoring average, wasn't it? He only had 2 darts of double in the entire match. Where Jack Main was
100.
super efficient, 80%, 4 out of 5. In fact, it was that wild dart at a double and then found the double. Was his only miss in the match.
Still searching for that double, isn't
he? 100.
Like you, I like Lauby here, 8 to 11. I think it's a good thing.
$100. 140.
And for both of these, they'll now sense that they have to go on and get a win. McCarthy now on 6 points. It changes the dynamic of things quite dramatically. That last game had huge bearings and ramifications in the group, even at this early stage.
41.
Oh, you end the day on
Danny,
without a win,
61.
you're in a whole world of trouble. It's pretty much over.
29. Carl, you require 122.
But you wouldn't put it out of Lauby's remit to then go on and win the last three by the same token.
Absolutely not. Double 7. Ooh.
115. Danny, you require 32.
It's just a little bit of a rush for the last dart. Lauby back for double 16.
For a left-hander, this isn't too bad. You can work with the top of the bed. He's thrown that one.
No score.
He's thrown all three identical.
Carl, you require
Didn't
7.
make the adjustment at all after dart 1. Had that open bed high to aim at.
Just needed to move across just a nudge, didn't he?
5.
But he's going to get a second go, and the frustration is visible
Danny
there from Carl
32.
Wilkinson.
That's game shot and the
No
first
messing second
leg.
time there for Danny Lauby. And oh, a little bit of aggression there from the American. Straight back to the ball, the snarl on the face.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
He knows how important a win is here.
100.
In fact, it's absolutely imperative he gets a win here. Just going to leave himself
100.
far too much to do. In fact, in terms of qualification,
124.
I echo your sentiments. He's got to win all 3 remaining matches.
Might get away with 2, but you think he needs 3. And I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but Danny Lauby's actually sped up.
180.
That's a first max for Carl Wilkinson today. It is.
100.
And a 180 for Wilkinson is the best a man can get.
57.
I'll give you that one, pal. 1-0.
First time I've been 1-0 up in a while.
43. Carl, you require 164.
Although I did miss 2 darts of double 18 to go 1-0 up yesterday.
100. Danny, you require 134.
You keep going about that, you're going to pay for it, I'm sure.
Oh, I know I'm going to pay for it.
58.
I'm just happy to admit
Carl,
that by
you
now.
require 64.
Another game. Lovely first start. Double 4, other side of the board.
56.
And again, scrapes the wire.
Danny, you require 76.
Now this would really hurt.
It'd be a hole, but it'll feel like a break for Danny Lauby because Wilkinson's been in charge of the
62.
scoring phase of this leg.
Carl, you require 8.
16 darter.
Game shot and the second
done in the
leg.
space
Carl
of 6 legs there for
Wilkinson.
Carl Wilkinson. And a cruise the break back that Lauby found in the first leg.
Well, I can't fault Danny for
Third leg, it's
looking
Carl
a
to throw
little
first.
frustrated
Game
at this stage. Absolutely nothing has gone his way so far this week.
140.
It'll be just his luck if Carl produces his best performance of the day
100.
and Danny be on the end of it. That's just the way his week has gone. Maybe you get all the good karma next week when it really matters at the UK Open. Not that it doesn't matter here, of course.
140.
A lot of money on offer. I know he's planning on relocating to the UK.
95.
Here this week with his wife. Been in the country since the 11th of January, he told me yesterday.
140.
Yeah, he was down at the seniors, supporting the old boys. Having a great time as well, by the looks of things.
134. Carl, you require 81.
Potentially for an 11 dart leg. Wilkinson's putting in his best performance of the day here against Lauby. He's got the luxury of time, so he didn't have to
49.
run for the 12 and ball combination. And so 32 after 12, but there is going to be a response from Lauby.
140.
You didn't want to be on the other end of that
Carl,
stair, did you?
32.
He is seething in the background. He may be apoplectic if Wilkinson takes his double 16.
Edging closer.
That's game shot and the third leg. Carl Wilkinson.
Like a ball seeing a red flag. Lauby must be thinking, why always me?
Yeah, why
Fourth
me?
leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Well, as
Game
KP
on.
would say, how's your luck?
60.
Gave that a Kev-like snarl.
He did. Be long, I don't think.
140.
Before KP picks up one of those seniors events. What is it? Back-to-back semis.
Made the semis of the match play, didn't he?
121.
He's within touching distance. Still looks very good up there, doesn't he?
He's on the periphery in anything he plays in. Lost in a final here a couple of weeks ago.
43.
Semis, as you say, at the seniors, back-to-back years.
And he gives it absolutely everything.
He's one of those that
40.
if he's going to do something, he will do it right. He will prepare right. He'll do all the right things. He's the consummate pro in that particular aspect.
Yeah. And he always had that advantage. He loves to sleep, this Kevin.
58.
He could sleep on a washing line, I tell you. And he can just sleep for hours and hours and hours. It's incredible. Back in the day, I used to do the opposite.
100.
To be fair, we're not going to need sleep the next couple of days, are we?
We've got no choice to get any at all. Blink and we're up again.
60.
Don't forget, we're back tonight with Group B. And then we're back tomorrow morning with the conclusion
140.
of this Group C. And don't forget, if you want to join us Saturday night, tickets are absolutely free. Just head over to dartshop.tv.
60. Danny, you require 40.
Reserve your ticket. Come along and enjoy the action.
No score.
I don't think this week
Carl, you require 140.
we can not have a good final. The players in the mix. We've already got Klassen there, of course.
That's game shot and the fourth leg. Carl Wilkinson.
What a lovely finish that is from Carl Wilkinson. 60 tops. Highest finish.
Fifth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
How?
The beauty of which can only be replicated at Madame Two Swords.
I'll take your word for that.
Waxwork from the sword.
58.
Has he broken the back of Danny Lauby? Will he make him crack? And I won't continue with that reference. If I do, I'll get the sack.
And you won't be back.
140. $140.
You just haven't spent 2.5 million quid this week.
Yeah. Good point, well made.
100.
Don't forget, we got a wonderful group to bring you tonight, including Andy Jenkins, Dom Taylor and Jared Cole, who came through Group A.
Carl, you require
Ryan
161.
And Paul Hogan. Always great to see Hoagie here at the Super Series.
84.
Yeah, we're both intrigued as to how Saturday night is going to pan out.
83.
We might see the conclusion of this one panning out, because Wilkinson here, 77 for a 4-1 win. An improved performance. Double 10, up for 5s.
67.
Well, this is more like the Wilkinson we initially saw down in Southampton. Treble 18 and ball. Nope, not happening for Danny. Yeah, shake of the head.
He's averaging 87 here. 39. He's averaging 85 and 86, and he may not get anything for his awards. Because Wilkinson here steps up for double 5. Double 2 for a 4-1 win. And so Lauby gets what feels like today a rare reprieve. May only get one more chance to save this match. He may only get one more dart at the ball. He only needs the one dart at the ball. And how crucial a Hail Mary 83 could that possibly be for Danny Lauby?
Sick flag, it's Danny to throw first.
It could have been his final throw, his final punt, and he's got it between the posts and in.
What did Carl have there? 6 darts.
137.
I'll make it, no, 5 darts, 5 match darts.
57.
Will he be made to pay? Missed opportunities. Could it be a rare 58. Bit of good fortune for Danny Lauby?
As I say about what goes around comes around, at some point his good play
100
has got to be rewarded. Surely you'd feel.
99.
He's been the most consistent performer of the pack, alongside Josh McCarthy.
Arguably this week.
He's played some of the best darts at times this week.
140.
First dart was a beautiful guide.
100.
You'd be disappointed with just a ton from that point.
Yep.
$60. Danny, you require 107.
19. No, starts on the 20. That's the danger. On the 107, you start on the trouble 19 either side.
37.
Still got to finish.
Carl, you require 144.
Well, this will feel like a sucker punch for Danny Lauby if the 144 goes, which it won't. And so Lauby will get the opportunity now from 3-1 down to
58.
Take us all the way to a deciding leg 70. In this match. He's going to get 2 darts at tops. The first dart a succulent marker, and the second one flag. Smack bang in the middle of the double. And so we go all the way once again.
Back to back, 18 darters.
7th and final leg.
Danny Lauby takes us
game on
to a decider. Both players averaging 85. Advantage though with Wilkinson.
140.
And Howe starts with a 2 trouble visit.
But Lauby responds in kind.
Both players averaging in the mid-80s, yeah. Between them have missed 27 darts at a double. 14
60.
Thrown at a double. No, my apologies. They've missed 21 darts. They've had 27 darts at a double, and it's 6.
140.
3 from 14 for Wilkinson, 3 from 13 for Lauby, but back-to-back 140s for Lauby.
And that's been the undoing of Lauby earlier on today. 3 from 10 against McCarthy, and then 3 from 11 against Dudbridge. He may be able to find a way to get out of it here.
100.
What a leg this is against the darts and the decider. He's a 1-2-1 after 9, but Wilkinson first poke at the 161. Well, there's the one off.
Got to come off at some time.
81.
Oh,
Danny
leads himself 80.
121.
And he'll go ball, we know that. Oh. A change of tact.
57.
So 80 for the match.
Carl,
should get at least
80.
1 dart at tops.
Up the ladder he goes. Top rung.
60.
Lauby was nodding his head. I think he was expecting
Danny
it to go, but
fearing
now
the
he
worst,
gets his chance. And he's going to get two at double eight. He only needs the one.
Danny
Lauby finally gets the win that his performances have warranted. He gets the better of Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 3. Wilkinson, who had opened up a 3-1 lead in the match. And the crucial moment was that 83 after Wilkinson had missed 5 darts at the double for the match. That crucial bullseye gave him the impetus going forward. And then he seals a 4-3 victory to get himself onto the board, onto 2 points, level with Mark Dudbridge in this group. Wilkinson yet to get off the mark. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, crucial game now for Josh McCarthy. He wins this, he really does take full command of this group. A win for Moreno Blom means that he can draw level with him at the top of the table. Find out what happens in that one when we return next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
We already have one player through to finals night. Jelle Klaasen has booked his spot. All you need to do to be here. Yeah, we already have one player through to finals night. Jelle Klaasen has booked his spot. All you need to do to be here watching him is head to dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. And at the moment, the unbeaten Josh McCarthy is looking very much like he could be there too. He's back in action next. He's been so consistent throughout the course of the day's play and is already very handily placed on 6 points heading into our penultimate round of games. He's clearly learnt a lot from his previous visit here, becoming the player to beat in Group C and can put distance distance between himself and the chasing pack with a win here. He takes on Moreno Blom, who could join McCarthy on 6 points if he can become the first player to get the better of the 26-year-old in this one. Despite improvements, Blom still yet to fire on all cylinders today. He's missed 35 darts at double in his 3 games so far, but importantly still has 2 wins to his name. A big match at the top of the table, so here's Henry and Mace to talk you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby, and we will learn a lot more from the conclusion of this one. It's the beginning of the 4th cycle of games, and if Moreno Blom wins this, then things get very interesting and maybe a little bit awkward for the likes of Lauby and Dudbridge, who perhaps may actually prefer the idea of Josh McCarthy running away with things at the top of the table, and maybe their sole focus being on 2nd spot in the group.
First leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
It's
game on.
It's a big game here.
140
for Josh McCarthy.
$42.
A win here, and he is in such a superior
57.
position because I think the others are just going to start beating each other.
Got that feel, hasn't it, this group?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the one person that we possibly, well, maybe 2.
140.
Danny or Dubby to sort of come out of the pack.
180.
Well, they made Moreno at the start of play the 4-7 shot. Drifted slightly 8-11. Josh was 5-4. He's now into even money on the back of his performances thus far.
60.
Too sure how much they will know about each other, these 2.
You wouldn't imagine there's an extensive head-to-head database of this too.
No.
43. Moreno, you require 64.
8-8.
That's game shot
very
and the
tidy
first
indeed.
Leg, Moreno Blom.
A 180 in the leg, a nice clean finish, and a nice clean end to the leg. And it all equates to a 15-dart hold for
Second leg,
Moreno
it's Josh
Blom.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, if you didn't know too much about him, he does now.
I was saying earlier on in the week that the last time Moreno was here, he had a couple of struggles in Group A, but then when he readjusted to Group C, we saw a lot more freedom from him, and because of that, he played better stuff, and we're beginning to see that here today.
Yeah, I think we're already seeing that. And I think it was something we picked up on. He was down in the dumps after day 1, wasn't he? And you almost felt that, you know, he wasn't a non-trier, but you almost felt that he can't wait for Thursday morning and just restart.
100.
And that's exactly what we're seeing. Need some good stuff from him.
96.
In parts.
103.14 midway through the second leg of this one.
Yeah, he's hit Josh hard and early here.
140.
What we have seen from McCarthy is solid stuff, but if someone raises it to the next level,
125.
it should be enough.
Well, he looks like he's got another gear or 2 in him, that's for sure.
Moreno
didn't run for cover there.
155.
Trouble 19 would have been a lot more inviting.
95.
Disappointed he didn't go the Dom Taylor route for 155 there. 103 for McCarthy to level this game up at 1 apiece, and you sense it's going to have to go because Moreno Blom now is going to have, you'd think, 2 darts in his
87.
hand at tops.
Moreno requires 60.
He'll break a phone a 2-0 lead, and both in the space of 15 darts. First dart stands up, he has to move across, he finds the double, and that's 2 legs completed in the space of 29 darts, and Moreno Blom has come out the traps in this one, firing on all cylinders, and takes an early 2-0 lead against Josh McCarthy, who's not been allowed to find any footing in this match whatsoever.
86.
Yet to have a dart at a double, but when your opponent's averaging close to 104, that will tend to be the case. Electric start from Blom.
60.
He missed 1 dart at a double, but that was in a combination shot, which he hit anyway.
$60.
4-0 win for Blom. He goes top.
58.
Just having a look at the fixtures for this round. Now, if Moreno gets the better of Josh McCarthy, the next game after this is Danny Lauby up against Jack Main. Lauby wins that.
140.
Main will be on 4, Lauby will be on 4. If Main wins that, then we could potentially see 3 players on 6. But in a scenario Moreno wins, which is looking increasingly more likely here as he continues to go through the gears, averaging just under 104 here. If he wins, and then there's victories for Danny Lauby and Mark Dudbridge in the next couple of games, you're going to have a couple of players on 6 and then a chasing pack all on 4 points.
Moreno, you require 84.
Blom here for another sub-15 leg. Oh, this is incredible.
And the third leg,
this
Moreno
is
Blom.
A standout performance from Moreno Blom, averaging just under 103. Every leg is being done in 15 or less.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
Finishing has been absolutely outstanding, which has been his ultimate Achilles heel this week, hasn't it? I mean, to put it into perspective, Josh McCarthy's averaging
192
himself.
He's had 4 140s, but is yet to have a dart at the double.
97.
Funny old game at times.
83.
Yeah, it does sometimes leave you a little bemused and a little confused.
100.
Well, these are 2 young players, but if you want a weekend of, well, listen, if you want to take part yourself, a month today, it's
58.
the Jennings Bet Champion of Champions at Viva Blackpool, in Blackpool, obviously. And there is a golden ticket available on the 24th of March. If you're 50 and over, or going to be 50 and over on that day, you can enter it. Details about that at worldseniorsdarts.com. Get your tickets via there, and also details on how to enter. And the golden ticket winner plays
96.
Against the one and only, the GOAT, Phil Taylor.
Is that why you're not entering?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm not entering because I'm here. I'm good, but I'm not that good. I can't be in 2 places at once. I have a quick car, but it's not that quick. I haven't got a time machine.
100.
Nor do you want a speeding ticket? Well, Moreno Blom might get a speeding ticket for how quickly he's raced through this game, because 113 to win 4-0. It's going to be the first time he goes beyond 15 darts in a leg. Well, he may not actually go beyond 15 darts 60. If McCarthy pins this 60.
And I do believe that event I was just mentioning in Blackpool.
That's game shot and the fourth leg.
Josh McCarthy. Leg in 17. Just a hold though. It's going to be on Channel 5. Yeah, tickets are available in the
5th leg. Is Moreno to throw first.
It's a big cabaret place, isn't it, Viva Blackpool? If I wasn't
140.
Big names taking part in that qualifier. The likes of Neil Duff and Scott Mitchell will be taking part of those that I know that will be taking part in that qualifier. I'm sure there'll be many other big names, players that played in this before and elsewhere.
60.
It's going to be a tough lineup to whoever wins that golden ticket is going to come through a real tough field.
180.
Really from Moreno Blom.
Third of the match.
Yeah.
I'm right in saying that Phil was mentioning on Monday that the players that play in the World Championship will also be there, and online darts are doing something for them.
Yeah, if of all the players that played in
141.
this is stunning. He's on a 10. Yeah, all the players that played in the World Seniors that had not already qualified for that 8-player event, their entry is paid for by online darts.
And we haven't even got time to really talk about it because Moreno Blom is on for a 10.
40.
Double 10.
30.
Well, he'd have loved to have got the 10 for the old highlight reel, but more importantly for him, it's coming back and completing the leg, and it will be completed in 4-5 visits or fewer legs.
Marino, you require
Might
10.
split this.
Game.
No,
shot.
he won't.
And
He'll
the
go
match,
straight for
Moreno
it.
Blom.
It's magic for Moreno. 102 average and a 4-1 win against Josh McCarthy. It's brilliant from Blom. And that is the standout performance of the day so far. And he goes top of the Group C table courtesy of that 4-1 win. That 102 average. Josh McCarthy played to his type. 87 average. Good on the doubles. But Moreno Blom was just absolutely superb. 3 180s. 50% on the doubles. Magical, momentous performance for Moreno Blom. And if you think that's good, we could have a tasty one after this short break because we're going to see Danny Lauby in action. He got in the winner's enclosure last time out, and he'll be looking to back that up with a win when he takes on Jack Main after this short break.
Danny Lauby back in action against Jack Main next for their penultimate matches of the session. And maybe in his last match, we saw fortunes finally start to change for the American at 3-1 down against a Carl Wilkinson, putting in his best performance of the day. Lauby pinned the bull for an 83 out before getting over the line with a 14-dart leg. A crucial win to keep his hopes of qualifying for finals night alive, especially as he was starting to get a slightly frustrated figure up on stage prior to that turnaround. Now he can make the top of the table even more congested with another win here over Jack Main, who he'd join on 4 points. And as you could see there, Carl Wilkinson still on 0. In terms of their head-to-head for the week, that's 2-1 in favour of Main. But to see how this one unfolds, let's hand back to Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Well, the big mover, as you've seen on the graphic on screen, Moreno Blom, currently topping the table with one more to play. Up next, it is Jack Main against Danny Lauby, which will be followed by Dubby against Wilkinson. And then all the players will just have one more match to play to, well, not necessarily cement their place in Saturday night's final, but put themselves into pole position going into tomorrow's final day of this Group C. Don't forget, we're back at 10 o'clock this evening for the start of a very exciting looking Group BH.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. I think we're going to see some special stuff in that Group B tonight.
First leg, it is Danny to throw first.
It's a sort of group where we could see 170s, nine darters, but at the same time we could have a 31 dart. You just don't know what to expect. I think we're going to see the good, the bad, the ugly, the imperious, and the downright ridiculous.
100.
Player I'm looking forward to see returning after a bit of a break, Ryan Finesse, a player that impressed me in his
24.
inception into life in the Super Series. Did sort of struggle towards the back end of last year, but
81.
Time to regroup, and of course it's a new environment for the players here.
The man with the golf tops, Ryan Finesse. I'm sure he's last time he was here, he bought one or two interesting
46.
golf shirt numbers. There was a floral attire which even you would have raised your eyebrows over.
42.
Well, my eyebrows are being raised here already.
30.
And again, at this same kind of time throughout this week, we see that throw just start to
100.
be forced beyond where it's comfortable.
$60.
Danny Lauby looks in no mood to mess about.
No, he's got the right ump. And rightly so.
134.
It's time to look at players now and you think, why are you doing it? With Lauby, he must be thinking, how on earth can he play like this and still not get the rewards? He may be beginning to get the rewards now. He's left 44 after 15 with the throw in the opening leg, which would have forced Jack Main to have
62.
Come out and attack.
44.
Be a case of looking at the next leg for him as Lauby goes for tops and now double 10.
That's game shot and the first
start in
leg.
hand for Danny Lauby. Which sometimes we have seen just a little bit rushed at times, but that was perfectly executed.
Yeah, that was
second leg, it's Jack to throw first.
Steady away start for Lauby. An 18-dart hold.
$40.
Not happening.
No. And again, it's all about not forcing.
40.
You will notice he gets a lot more of those dropouts than anybody we've seen so far this week. And look at the difference when it's just softened slightly.
140.
Much cleaner entry into the board, much more control.
123.
Much more like it, much more control, much more measured. That's back-to-back 140s now.
Well, you can just visually see it, just from visit 1, visit 2, visit 3.
84.
It's in the 11, so 150 left.
52.
So Lauby now 254, looking to put a dent on the 129 that Maine's got. He's himself on a finish, but
Jack, you require 129.
theoretically speaking, Maine should have 6 on this 129.
$43.
You could hear the cry of
Danny
Jack
require
as he went back to the board.
Well, that's the frustrating element of this sport.
94.
You know you're doing it when you're doing it, and you still do it.
Jack, you require 86.
Your mind and your body are doing 2 completely different things, and you can't correlate the 2 together. It's going to be a dart at the ball.
That's
perfectly pinned is the ball
leg.
to level us up at 1 apiece.
Can't beat a bit of bully. That was sweet.
Third leg is Danny to throw first. Game on.
Lauby in the background there was just tentatively looking up.
100.
Yeah, looking through the gaps of his fingers.
He probably knew it was going in. It's Danny Lauby, for goodness sake.
85.
He's had as much luck as a fixed odds machine.
128.
But this is a much better leg.
Well, it's toing and throwing nicely right now, isn't it?
43.
It's all about the play on throw.
Right now. Sure is.
$133.
Super stuff from Danny Lauby. He takes his average well into the 90s.
99. Danny require 140.
But we're going to see another Wilco.
60.
It was done to Danny as well, so it would have been exacting revenge.
$41. Danny, you require 80.
Perfect for double 10. Moves
That's
across,
game shot
slides it
and
in,
the third
lead
leg.
2-1.
Danny Lauby.
Very tidy leg indeed. Danny Lauby. And another
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw
nice
first.
combination finish.
And tidy's the way to describe it, because you look at the average 90.
45.
You look at the scoring department. We'll have a look at that in just a second, because Lauby here kicks off a 140, but prior to that visit, everything was just ton, 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 ton. He was steadying his way down to a finish. And then when he's got down to the finishing,
100.
2 from 4, 50%. It's the proficiency and the efficiency that is going to get you over the line, although for Danny Lauby, it's
60.
proved academic at times.
$84. $60.
Did the frustration perhaps boil over in that visit, though?
Yeah, it's like I can hardly be critical with what he's had to endure so far this week.
56. $100. $85. Danny
It's
require
down to a
141.
finish, but advantage Lauby. Well, it's getting that one off. 1-2-1 works.
81. Jack, you
81 will do, unless the 131 goes.
Where's he going to start? Tops.
91.
That's a good bit of pressure on the 60. That a blocker.
That's game shot and the fourth
Not with Danny Lauby.
Danny Lauby.
As he finds the smallest of adjustments, and it's a 17 darter. But more importantly, a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg
and
is
has
Danny
the
to throw
darts
first. Game on.
to serve it out.
Is it just me, or is Danny Lauby finding darts at double easier when there's a blocker than there is with an open bed?
I think so. Which shouldn't be the case, of course. It's just that deft touch, isn't it, that he seems to have, making those
100.
real small adjustments, and they are minuscule.
140.
When you are that quick, is that all you've got time to do, is those small adjustments?
That's the thing, the advantage in that case of throwing quick. It's all about feel and touch.
180.
That maximum is the 550th we've seen in this series, the 102nd of the week. A milestone max here at the Super Series.
95.
To get a life, mate.
100. Jack, you require 126.
19. Here's the ball. Couldn't make that adjustment that we were discussing. 101. Lauby.
54.
Plenty of options here.
Danny, you require 101.
Well, it is still on.
45.
As you said, plenty of options.
That wasn't one of them.
Jack, you require 72.
It wasn't by design. Another one of them. Will give himself one dart at tops.
32.
Wasn't far away. So close,
Danny,
but it
require
could be yet
56.
so far, because Danny Lauby returns for 2 darts at that particular target for the match, for the
16.
win, and neither of them were too far away.
Jack, you require
That
40.
was to leapfrog Jack Main in 3rd position.
Rueful shake of the head from the American as Jack Main breaks back. 3-2 it is. Back on throw we go.
Sixth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
2 match darts for a 4-1 win.
180.
And suddenly we may have to find another chapter in this particular match, as both the players start the leg with a max. For a moment, they were both on the 9.
Yeah, the finishing from both has been, apart from those 2 missed for the match, I mean, he's 3 from 7, Danny Lauby, 2 from 3, Jack Main.
60.
Parity in the leg, 2-6-1 apiece, advantage Main having the throw.
140. 81. Jack, you require 121.
Good leg this from Jack Main. 1-2-1 after 9. To try and force a last leg decider. Didn't have to go the bullseye route. He could attack it a bit more with Danny Lauby back on 180. Well, Danny's telling him the score. I mean,
81.
there's sportsmanship and then there's that. Mind you, if Peter Mann was in the background, he wouldn't have told him the correct one.
He'd have told him 34, not 44.
25.
He would have asked who was throwing first.
Jack, you require 40.
Oh,
Well, there's a rare moment at the Super Series.
20.
I was just about to say, we're going
Danny,
all the
you
way.
require 155.
Looking at the, you picked up on it earlier in one of Lauby's previous matches about his ton hitting. 11 to 2 in that department. But when you look at Danny's
Jack, you require 20.
Scoring phase. It was all the twos. Well, when you look at the averages, he's a long way off.
That's game shot and
ultimately
the leg.
finds
Jack
the double
Main.
with the final dart, and we find ourselves locked at 3 apiece.
We now have what they call all the best leg.
Throw first. Game on.
Well, you say good luck, but you don't mean it.
140.
Danny Lauby of a declaration of good luck following that opening 140.
57. 140.
For the first time from Danny Lauby, we're seeing back-to-back 140s in a decider.
57. 60.
And if Glenn Dalton was sat in his commentary box, he'd call this the difference between the good and the great, producing in the big moments, the big times. And that's exactly what Lauby's done here. He has stolen a march in this leg. Okay, he had the throw at the beginning of it, but
require 161.
he's basically taken the leg away from the grasp of Jack Main. And has presented himself with an opportunity to win the match on the 104.
Yeah, they won't trade table positions, but they'll be very close.
180.
Jack Main hits a third max. Single 16 leaves tops.
84. Jack, you require 150.
Well, I don't think he's going to go Simon Whitlock style and go ball, ball, ball with this one. He's not going to get a chance to win the game at this juncture, and so Lauby will return for the double 10 to put him on to 4 points to really keep himself in contention in this race for finals night in Group C.
92. Danny,
double 10, a double that he's had great success at today. And he continues to have great success on double 10 as Danny Lauby gets the better of Jack Main by 4 legs to 3. It moves him on to 4 points in the Group C table. It makes things very congested, very tight in the middle portion of that particular table, and he did it basically doing Danny Lauby things. 86.63 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles is what we come to expect from our American ace this week. As for Jack Main, 3 180s and 3 out of 9 on the doubles wasn't good enough. That's the standard that we've seen so far today here at the Super Series. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's going to be Dudbridge up against Wilkinson.
Mark Dudbridge and Carl Wilkinson are next to do battle, the two players at the bottom of the table, and for Wilkinson in particular, a must-win if he's to have any chance of qualifying going into tomorrow's action. There were certain positives for him to take from his performance against Lauby. He looked assured and in control as he established a 3-1 lead, but what happened from there? Going on to lose in a decider, he's going to need to use his experience to not have a hangover from that heading into this one. For Dudbridge, one win to his name so far. He'll have to deal with frustrations of his own as he'll know it could be more. 4 more matches to bring you today. Let's get into this one. Dudbridge against Wilkinson with Mason Henry to talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And, well, in the next few minutes, we may see whether this is a compacted league table or whether things begin to stretch away. Dudbridge wins this one. He moves on to 4 points. Then him and Main will have a shootout to see who ends the day on 6 in our final game of the day. Dudbridge, the former World Championship runner-up from Bristol, now 50 years of age, which is why he qualifies for the World Seniors, up against Wilkinson, who was the former Polish Open champion. Wasn't he also the former winner? Was it the Police Open they also have in Poland?
Yeah, sure is.
Someone has to nick that prize.
Ooh, not my kind of tournament.
No, I'd give that one a rest. Right, let's get back to the darts. Quickly get back
Did
to
someone nick the trophy?
You want a few
First
coppers
leg
for that
is
as well.
Mark to throw first.
Literally.
Game on.
Yeah, this could be absolutely anything. Derby started as
100.
the 8-15 favourite before play. It's now 4-7. Carl was 11-8, now 5-4. So a little bit of interest
58.
in Carl for this one. But right now, you're not quite sure you're going to get from both.
43.
I wonder where they go in terms of the 180 markets. I'll just have a quick
121.
look. A little bit late for that, I'm afraid.
$55.
He's looked settled in spells, Dudbridge, but not quite hit the heights that we anticipated, especially on the back
60.
of great performances in the seniors. Maybe just taking him a little longer to settle than even he would have expected.
Because the last time we saw him here was in that Legends Week at the back end of October, and he came out the tracks flying. He won Group A on the Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and he actually did that under the weather, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
39.
What is it with the Super Series at the minute and cold and flu?
$96.
Nice to have it back.
$100.
Don't go there, H.
Mark
Don't
require
go there.
107.
After the break, Matt Letitia.
You know, the world doesn't allow critical thinkers anymore. Beautiful.
Game shot and
Nothing
the first
critical
leg.
about
Mark
the 107
Dudbridge.
for Dubby. 18 dart hold gives him leg 1.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first.
That felt like
Game
a very almost stop-start leg for Dudbridge.
Yep.
60.
One thing we sometimes see from Carl is after the last dart releases, he just rails both arms in the air, almost Swan Lake-like.
140.
You don't want to stand too close behind. He has some long levers. He's a big fella, is our Carl.
It's not quite Angelina the ballerina, but
41.
I'll let you tell him that. How much you love a fight.
not as much as Owen Binks does, according to that VT.
60.
He couldn't fight sleep. one thing here.
51.
Wilkinson won't give up the fight. He'll be digging away.
Just had a text from Pete Burgoyne, who we see playing many times, and I've been told Carl Wilkinson is no Swan Lake.
No, that's for sure.
$60.
He's actually one of those BFG type of guys. Wow, look at that for a max. You literally could have got them inside one of them mints with the holes in.
Which is like a sporty play of a horse.
Mark, you require 24. That's game shot.
No horsing around for Dudbridge, though.
Mark Dudbridge.
Absolutely not. 13 dart breaker throw. This is what we expected from Dubby this week.
Third
he is
leg,
producing
it's Mark to
here,
throw
averaging
first. Game
97. Yeah, when we were down in Southampton, spent a fair bit of time with
140.
Pete and Carl. A couple of shandies and a good old chin wag. Nice fella.
58.
There's a fair few tuning in today. Thank you very much for that. Of course, you can get in touch with us via social media at MSS Darts. I have been told to give a quick shout out to Gaz, Jake and the rest of the team of the Southwick Sports B Team Pub, who tune in every lunchtime to check out all the action from the MODUS Super Series. So, hello guys.
Incredible when you actually look at where the viewers are around the world as well. We've had some great messages from far afield as Australia, Mexico.
57.
Fascinating one. Of course, around the world, some of the time zones this is on suits them perfectly.
40.
Asia specifically at times, and obviously the evening sessions suit Australia and the American time zones.
Yeah.
100.
And the Mexicans send that beautiful food over. Love Mexican cuisine.
Yeah, same. 90 left. Oh, he went for ball tops. Love it, Dovey. Old school.
107. Carl, you require
left tops after 15,
146.
forcing Wilkinson to produce a 146. To stay there.
95.
A little bit unfortunate.
Mark, you require 40.
For 3-0 in the blink of an eye. There's nothing more annoying than that. Put yourself in a fabulous
51.
position and it just will not go in.
He's going to get another go.
Well, he's dodged a couple of bullets there because they were
Mark, you require
literally
20.
right on the wire, both of them.
That's game shot and the third leg.
Doesn't make
Mark Dudbridge.
a second mistake as he does find the double 10. Takes a 3-0 lead, averaging still just over 90 despite those missed darts in double. In terms of the doubling, not bad at all so far. 3 from 6. 50%.
140.
That leg, that was the first 2 darts of the double Carl's had in the match. That was a bit wristy. Recovers well.
123.
Really well.
It's just a sight of the first.
You do want to get involved and you're
95.
not one of the fortunate 128 tour card holders. Contact your local ADC events.
96.
And enter a... Well, there's many qualifiers now, isn't there? There's the ADC, the Vault, and that's coming up soon. They are on social media.
96.
What is their social media thingy?
At Darts Circuit. They've generated, amazingly, this Vault series just under £67,500
I know.
in prize money.
140.
Proper
Carl,
dough.
you require 170.
If you win the vault prize fund for October, it's currently £15,000.
59. Mark, you require 142.
Regional prize fund 18,200. The regional venue payouts 23,400, and then the finals is £15,000, and that's only growing as the year goes on.
The amateur
46.
darts circuit.
Carl, you require 111.
Again, an innovative idea that really has gathered some momentum, hasn't it? Really has captured the imagination of dart players, young and old.
And if you're an aspirational player who fancies your chances,
71.
it's a great avenue. If you win one of the
Mark,
open
you
events, you
require
do qualify
96.
for this.
You can get down here and mix it with some proper legends.
We even get
33.
the luxury of us chatting
you
all about
require
you during a
40.
match.
Good and bad.
Try and not put them off.
Fortunately, they can't hear us. One left. It's got to go. A match saver.
20.
And that might be his last chance, because
Mark, you require
Dudbridge
63.
in this game. If he had a 6 on the double, so you expect him to get one of the 2 in his hand at double 12, and now double 6.
51.
Reprieve for Wilkinson.
He was on 50% and he had
Carl,
2
you
darts
require
in his hand.
20.
Certainly didn't expect Carl to return. Of course, the added pressure of being match darts takes its toll on Dubby.
15.
But the pressure to stay in the game has put Wilkinson under the
Mark,
sword.
you require 12.
2 6s for Dudbridge. For a 4-0 win, which would put him onto a positive legs difference if he can find the double 3,
Game, shot,
which he does,
and the
last
match,
start in
Mark
hand.
Dudbridge.
And so Mark Dudbridge gets the better of Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 0. An 84.6 average for Flash in the end, in a 4-0 success, which was done in a flash. The solitary maximum in the match, 4 out of 11 on the doubles, and a 107 finish as well. Carl Wilkinson, 0 from 9 on the doubles. That was the undoing for him there. Well, we enter the final round of matches for the day here in Group C, at least, at the Super Series, and we begin it with a crucial clash. It's Moreno Blom, the player who enters the final round of matches at the top of the table, taking on Danny Lauby, who over the last couple of matches has put on a bit of a charge. Join us for that after this short break.
So then our final round of matches kicks off with Danny Lauby taking on Moreno Blom. These two have met already 3 times this week in Group A, and it's Lauby who's won all 3 fixtures, dropping just 2 legs in the process. But Moreno Blom finding his best performance of the week in his last match, the only ton-topping average that we've seen in Group C. Can he replicate it in this one to move on to 8 points in the league table, or can Lauby join him on 6, having won back-to-back matches to give himself a chance of making it through to Saturday night in a very congested league table, as you can see there. All 4 of Lauby's matches have gone to deciding legs so far today. How will this one unfold? Let's rejoin our comms team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. Oh, we do like a little bit of research here, and oh, my pal Henry's come up with an absolute nugget.
As you can see there, Danny Lauby, the 30-year-old from Terre Haute in Indiana in the United States. Now, Charles Manson went to school in that particular town. It's a famous town in terms of universities. Actually, the seat of Indiana State University and the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. So it's a very famous academic town, but
First
beyond
leg,
just
Danny to
that...
throw first. Game on.
It was actually part of the construction of Fort Harrison in 1811 and is found on the Wabash River.
100.
Do you want me to get that bus off you?
123.
Sorry, pal. Oh, dear.
140.
I could tell you more. I've got more.
59.
Going to go through the American roller honor of mass murderers or something.
The
81.
other
Just
week,
what everybody wants for a Thursday afternoon.
I somehow put Harold Shipman on to cover you a few weeks ago.
40.
Been a long
140.
Yeah, already. Oh, this is some start from Lauby.
99. Danny
12.
require 40.
Absolutely no messing around.
20.
Until it got to the double.
Danny 85.
Last time out,
Danny
of
require
course.
20.
Moreno. The highest average of the session so far, 102.04.
and the
3-1-80s. 4 out of
Danny
8 on the
Lauby.
doubles, but Danny Lauby chips in and makes a bit of a statement in leg 1.
Second leg's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
With a solid hold.
95. 78.
Big game for both these. So Moreno win here will put him on to 8 points. It'll put him in a real good position to
100.
qualify for finals night on Saturday. Lauby can win this one. He really puts himself
57.
in the mix, and you just get the sense if he carries on playing like he has done today, he will pick up more than 6 points tomorrow.
139.
Considerably.
Yeah, you would like to think so. Oh, this is a great response.
57. Moreno, you require 167.
Surely got to have taken a lot of confidence
97.
from that performance last time out, where he absolutely blitzed Josh McCarthy.
99.
Reduced
Moreno,
him to
you
just
require
1 dart at a
70.
double, which he hit.
Trouble
Game shot
14,
and the
double
second
14.
leg.
Okay, Moreno.
Blom.
A bit of a Mensa way, that, isn't it?
The Mensa Shanghai.
Mm.
Now look,
Third
one
leg,
apiece.
it's
And Moreno
Danny to
Blom
throw first.
is
Game on.
carrying on where he left off against Josh McCarthy, averaging just under 94 after
140.
2 legs. And has kind of banished that quick start of Danny Lauby in the first.
45.
102.04, hit 3 maximums against McCarthy. 4 out of 8 on the doubles.
140.
He's had the most eccentric performance of the day. Lauby's been the most consistent performer.
96.
Averages of 85. 86, 87.
140.
The Monaco consistency. And he's 81 after 9. This is a good quality
100.
duel between this pair. Double 12.
69.
Now be with a 69.
140. Danny, you require 12.
2 frees.
Game shot and the third leg.
Easy.
Danny Lauby.
It's ABC. Yeah, it is ABC. Yeah. I'm learning.
That easy, yeah. Well, it was a 14-dart hold in leg 2 from Moreno.
First. Game on.
And Danny Lauby's hit him straight back with a 14 of his own to go back in
95.
front 2-1. This is being played at some pace. 3 legs in just over 3 minutes.
Like that, take that song.
It only takes a minute.
96. 39.
That first dart was laid plumb, but the second one just lies underneath the bed.
100. 180.
Rest of the match.
58.
May not be the last.
99. Moreno, you require 152. 78. Danny, you require 140. 100.
These two played on Monday, and it was a
Moreno, you require 74.
4-0 win for Danny in Group A. Tuesday was
game shot and the fourth leg. Moreno Blom
for Danny. And yesterday completed the treble 4-1.
Fifth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Moreno.
Game on.
This could be
140.
the tightest tungsten tussle between the two so far this week. Now that we're locked at 2-2.
96.
4 legs completed in 5 minutes and 26 seconds.
100.
Slow and steady wins the race, whoever said that.
58.
Yeah, it's not quite Cliff Thorburn territory, is it?
No.
140.
Cliff against Terry Griffiths.
Book an extra night at the hotel.
40. Danny, you require 121.
And this is fast, this is furious, this is good. And he goes that traditional route that he likes to go. 25 first, Moreno back on 307. This is kind of been a rare off leg for him in this match. And so Lauby back for 56
51.
after 12
Danny,
with the throw
56.
to open up a 3-2 lead to put him one away.
That's game shot and
one
the
away
fifth leg. Danny Lauby.
How good is he on that tops and tens combination? That first one goes just above, and there's a nice little show of respect there for Moreno. Just a little bit of a
sixth leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
He's going to show him no respect on the board.
100.
Taking off with a ton.
Well,
that's some way to kickstart against the darts when you need just one leg for the match.
140.
I certainly didn't think the one in leg 4 would be the last.
140.
Very nearly bound back to back.
125.
Waiting
132.
Moreno Blom, the only one to do it here.
We had a 10, didn't we, from Danny Lauby? Might get an 11 for the match
Danny
here.
require 49. 39.
Two opportunities have come and gone. Moreno back for 91.
Made a bit of a mess of that, but double 10. Oof.
71. Danny, you require 10.
And so Lauby to end the day with 3 wins from 5. It's what his performances over the course of the day have warranted and deserved. As for Moreno Blom, 3 wins from his day. He is well in the mix. He's well in the hunt for qualification. But Danny Lauby saved the best till last. A 95 average, 2 maximums, 4 out of 15 on the doubles. But Lauby has been playing consistently at least the best darts of the day. He finds himself level on points at the top of the table, although that could all change after this short break, because Josh McCarthy finds himself on 6 points. If he gets the better of Carl Wilkinson, he'll move on to 8, an outright leader no matter what at the end of the day's play. But Wilkinson looking to end with a win. We'll see whether he can do that after this short break.
So then, Danny Lauby has rounded off his opening day of Group C action with his 3rd successive victory. He's had to dig deep to turn performances into points, but now he's started to do so. It could spell danger for the rest of the field. Carl Wilkinson against Josh McCarthy is our penultimate match of the session. McCarthy will end the day top of the table with a win here. His only defeat so far in this session coming against Moreno Blom a little while ago. They've previously met twice on the Challenge Tour. Wilkinson victorious when they played in Barnsley back in 2017, but their most recent match under 2 years ago was won quite convincingly, a whitewash win for McCarthy. Can Wilkinson get off the mark, or will McCarthy end the day top of the crop? Here's Chris Mason and Henry Deacon to talk you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. Josh McCarthy will be happy with his... Shall we start again? Josh McCarthy will be happy with his day's work so far, but he'd be ecstatic about his day's work if he can pick up 4 wins from 5 from his first day's action. 8 points puts him well in the mix. He's going to be in the hunt anyway, no matter what come the end of today's action. But the good day could become a great day if he can get the better of Carl Wilkinson, who has had, well, if he loses all 5, a day to forget.
I'm not sure about Josh Wilkinson, but Joshua Wilkinson, of course, was a famous American poet, not a mass murderer. That's how I roll nowadays.
Was he on Terre Haute by any chance?
Yeah, fascinating tie, this one. And Josh pretty much complete the job and make it 4 out of 5.
Carl to
Put
throw
himself
first. Game on.
right in pole position for tomorrow's completion of this Group C. Or can Carl Wilkinson play
60.
the spoiler? He'll be feeling it. There's nothing worse than having played 4 and lost 4. It does knock the stuffing right out of you. Just so many negative thoughts will be
81.
in the mind of Carl right now. Just have to banish those. And Leave them in the practice room.
121.
Doesn't seem the sulky type.
I get the impression from Carl that he's one of those players that just takes everything as it comes. Of course, he'd be frustrated with the point scenario, but he'll come back
44.
fresh-minded tomorrow. Different perspective, different day, different outcomes are possible.
95.
Has played well in patches. Perhaps the one he'll feel maybe that got away was the Lauby game. Averaged 86 with the 140. Missed 12 darts a double. That will be the one he'll feel I should have got over the line in.
Yeah, absolutely. Unmatched
96.
darts, wasn't it?
5.
In one leg.
140.
He's got the better of the offing here. It's been a slow start for McCarthy. Can it
58.
be sometimes a little bit too easy just to relax when you feel like your day's objective has been achieved before you go into your final match?
Well, it can also come with a little bit of pressure, can't it? 'Cause
53.
you're conscious of your position and you want to really just put down the final marker on the day. And have bragging rights when you arrive tomorrow morning.
140.
Top of the tree.
How you require 32.
Maybe a Joshua treat.
Game shot and the first leg. Carl Wilkinson.
Steady away from Carl. Lovely hold of throw in leg one. Gives him the advantage.
Second leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
A fascinating position here. A win for Wilkinson will leave Josh on 6, Lauby on 6, Moreno Blom on 6. Jack Main and Mark
96.
Dudbridge are both on 4. They meet in our final match of the session. Well, this group, not our final match of the day, of course.
96.
Could well end up seeing 4 players on 6.
Set up quite nicely indeed. And then, well, that's just the hors d'oeuvre for the day, because we'll be back at 10. Some more darting delights from Group B. And
46.
you look at it, you've got Dom Taylor and Jared Cole. Both have had a day this week where they've really flown. Well, Dom Taylor won all 5, didn't he, yesterday? Jared Cole played well yesterday.
60.
Then you got Andy Jenkins, fresh at the back of the World Seniors. Paul Hogan, who always seems to get to Saturday night here at the Super Series. And Ryan Finesse. Now, if you get him at his best, well, you'll be tripping in Finesse.
Yeah, he's
123.
got a seriously high ceiling when at his best. And hopefully he is tonight. Time's pretty much perfectly. Watch the Premier League. That's usually done and dusted by 10. Dublin this evening, of course. Wonderful city of Dublin. And when that's done and dusted, flick over. Channel 437, Sporty Stuff TV.
41.
Or stick us on the laptop on the MODUS YouTube channel.
Going to be a quiet night at the Temple Bar tonight.
We could always get the helicopter to nip us over for the opening couple of matches and then spin us back to Pompey.
99.
You try to spend more money.
Well, we'll take your helicopter instead of mine if you like.
100.
The only helicopter I've got is one of those toy
Josh
ones.
require 96.
What, like a drone? Double 18. Beautiful.
Game shot and the second leg. Josh
Lovely
McCarthy.
Combination shot there for Josh. A 17-dart hold of his own. One apiece. Nicely poised.
Third leg, it is Carl to throw first.
Players one-on-one on the checkouts, and it's one of those games that you just don't quite know the outcome of as of yet. Sometimes patterns of play develop, which gives you signals as to who the victor's going to be. Well, there's none of that so far in the opening toes and throws of this one. Although that treblers visit for Wilkinson opened the door for McCarthy, and
120.
unlucky with the bounce up there, he has still taken as full advantage as he possibly could have.
I think it was the flight took the energy out of the dart. Very unlucky.
87.
The effectively stolen darts here in leg 2. 2 treble visit. Consolidate that.
60. 58.
All the off this morning, so prior to us getting underway, Carl was the 4-7 favourite, Josh was 5-4, and
140.
changed considerably before the start of this game due to the opposing results so far today of both.
98.
If Josh McCarthy is, obviously with work and that, not going to go down the PDC route, where do you see his successes being within the amateur system of the game?
Well, I think he has, well, like we've already mentioned today, many options, not only here, of course, but the ADC is, well, they recently postponed, didn't they, their world amateur
121.
And of course,
Josh, you require 47.
WDF get their house in order, there's always that option as well. Plenty of avenues available nowadays. Beauty of our sport right now. I've never known it.
That's
with
game
so
shot
many
and the third leg.
opportunities.
Josh McCarthy.
Josh wins 2 on the spin this time. 15 dart break of throw.
Fourth leg, it is Josh
began
to throw
to
first.
steal the impetus, hasn't he, in this game, Josh McCarthy. We're talking about the group that he was in last time at the Super Series. I have had correspondence via Twitter. The group he was in last time, it was also a Group C, but it was a tough Group C, where he was placed with Richard North, Jared Cole, Reece Colley, Mark Graham, who's playing some good stuff recently, Danny Smith.
Yeah, that is not the nicest group in the world, is it?
140.
Josh being watched on today by his girlfriend Rach.
58.
He's tuning in via Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Now, a lot of family and friends do tune in to watch their friends and family play when they are here.
100.
And whoever you are, wherever you're watching, do get in touch with us. We will delve through your comments and your shout-outs and things like that. We'll
58.
go full Terry Wogan at one point.
Josh really taking control now.
$41. 60. Josh, you require 160. $100.
Then for a 3-1 lead for McCarthy 55. With the darts.
Josh, you require 60.
Tops. One left in hand.
20.
But was that first dart a little bit of a blocker? Not it's going to matter too significantly with Wilkinson back on 212. As he has an ironic smile, the fact that the trebles found its way into the bed now.
100.
And
Josh,
so,
you require 40.
Back we go to tops for Josh McCarthy for 3-1.
Game shot and the fourth
Steady
leg.
Again, isn't
Josh
it,
McCarthy.
Henry, averaging 87 and change, 3-1 up, 50% on the doubles.
Fifth leg, it is Carl to throw first. Game on.
Lost the opener, didn't panic.
137.
Off 3 on the spin.
$100. 60. $81.
One more game after this. It sees Jack Main in action against Mark Dudbridge. Then we're going to be back from 10 p.m. this evening. So with Group B, we're going to see Andy Jenkins, Ryan Finesse, Paul Hogan, Jared Cole, Dom Taylor. These fixtures will reverse then tomorrow for Saturday night's final, which we know is already going to feature Jelle Klassen, who won through Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. You can be a part of the experience by getting your tickets on dartshop.tv, free of charge, 7:30. I was going to say kick-off then, that's a different that's a different sport. Well, I suppose it could kick, well, I hope it don't kick off. 7:30 start. And tickets are available for every single week up until Champions Week, where Champions Night's the 6th of May. As McCarthy here was looking for a Mac to leave himself on top for the match. He leaves himself on 80 nonetheless. And so Wilkinson here, the Hail Mary 150 ain't going to go. And so McCarthy, 80 for the match.
58. Josh, you require 80.
For a 4-1 win. And to put himself onto 8 points, to put himself in prime position to qualify for Saturday's final, but he's straight it into the single one. And so it's a good recovery with the second dart. It's going to give him one at double 11.
That's
some way to finish for Josh McCarthy. It's been some day for Josh McCarthy. A 4-1 winner, 4 wins from 5 for McCarthy on Thursday at the Super Series. 89.74 the average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. It's been good stuff. It's been stuff like that all day for Josh McCarthy, and he's in the winner's enclosure again. He gets the better of Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 1. We're going to take a short break, and then after that, it's going to be our final match of the day as Jack Main takes on Mark Dudbridge.
So to round off our first session of the day, Jack Main is up against Mark Dudbridge. One of them, of course, will join Blom and Lauby on 6 points both will feel it's a game of huge significance going into tomorrow for Maine. Well, we were quick to question his mentality yesterday. He should definitely be pleased with the way he's acquitted himself today, the way he's recomposed for the start of Group C, and will certainly be learning a lot about himself and his game from this experience. As for Flash, he'll take confidence from his whitewash victory in his last match. He's had 2 averages in the 70s, 2 in the 80s so far today. If he can produce the latter again, he'll certainly fancy his chances in this one. Let's tuck into this then, our final match of this Group C session with Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so, game 15 of 15 in the afternoon session here at the MODUS Super Series sees the main man take on Flash. Dudbridge, who many people fancied at the beginning of today's session to be in the top 2 in this group. Well, you get the sense that the winner of this game will put themselves in a prime position. It's not out of the reckoning for the loser of this game, but it will give them huge work to do tomorrow. McCarthy is set fair overnight on 8 points. Lauby and Blom are both on 6. And these two tied on 4 points in the table. But you get the sense that Lauby's going to pick up points tomorrow. McCarthy's going to be solid and consistent enough. And so for these two, winning this game has a sense of imperative importance.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been a shift this morning around about 9 o'clock. Jack was 4 to 5. Mark was 10 to 11 before the off. 5 to 6 each of 2. They make it a pick'em.
57.
Pretty hard to disagree, really. We've seen some real up and down stuff from both across the course of the day, and that's more up than down from Jack as he piles in the first 180 of the match. Only concern is looking at the stats over the 3 days
85
that have come and gone in Group A, which of course Jack was part of.
180.
He did win his final game just about against Danny Lauby 4-3 on Monday. On Tuesday,
100. Jack, you require 81.
He won his final game 4-2 against Dom Taylor. Yesterday, he lost 4-1 in his final match to Danny Lauby. So a bit of a mixed bag, but all in all, tends to have a little bit left in the locker in the final
41.
match of the session.
Looks like the case in point here in the opener, leaving tops after 12. Dudbridge back on 259.
59.
And he's going to get 6 from here.
40.
But only needs the 1.
And the first leg.
Beautiful
Jack
start from
Main.
Jack. 13 dart hold. Statement of intent on the man from East
Second
Anglia.
leg, it's Mark to throw first.
Former footballer, of course.
Amazing enough, another sport I was not good at.
134.
Yeah, ditto.
Goalkeeper back in my day.
Was it 5-a-side?
46.
It was Subutio.
Put it this way, I was very good at picking the ball out of the back of the net.
100.
Actually, our scalper Taylor's a very accomplished goalkeeper. Well, I say accomplished.
180.
Well, I do remember us going out for one of our Sunday fun days and him popping into the pub to meet us for a quick
92.
refreshment before he went off to play a match.
Not quite half-time oranges.
No.
They actually played at Wesley Park, which is the home ground of Haventon Waterlooville,
79.
who famously got to the FA Cup 4th round back in 2008, took on Liverpool.
I take it was at Liverpool.
At Anfield, yeah.
Yeah, wow, what
58.
an experience for those players. My goodness.
The round before, they beat Swansea City. I'm not coming back tonight, am I?
121.
You may be, but with a black eye.
Mark, you require 117.
Davy gets hold of you. Huge Swans fan. Is Dubby a fan of tops?
97. Jack, you require 75.
Lovely first start. Double 12. Just pulled that second one, but the
That's
readjustment to
game
double
shot, and
6
the
is just
second
about
leg.
right.
Jack Main.
And so Jack Main opens up a 2-0 lead, averaging 107.36. He's got out the gates and then some here.
Yeah, 180
Third
in
leg, it's
each
Jack
of
to
the
throw first.
opening
Game
two
on.
legs. Just 28 darts used to complete those two legs. 13 and 15.
45. 125. 46.
Again, this is just a bit of experience. What Jack's doing here, despite being 2-0 up and throwing quite beautifully, starting to force the issue rather than just allow
99.
that natural ability to flow.
$57. 99.
Dubby far from panicking despite being 2-0 down.
96. 85.
To finish, just 93 after 12. Possible 14 darter on the cards. May have to get it. We'll have to get it 'cause that's now a 180.
Mark your
Each of the opening three legs of the match. Treble 14 would have left 32.
53.
No, treble 19 for double
Jack,
10.
you require
19, 18
77.
tops.
Just when Dudbridge thought he had a little bit of breathing space, that has come and it has gone. For a fourth maximum of the match on Jack Main. And so one dart at tops.
37.
Maybe all he gets in this
Mark,
leg.
you
And so
require
Dudbridge
40.
to bring this game back on foe, wants tops for 2-1.
Game
And that's
shot and
exactly
the
what he
third
gets.
leg.
First time
Mark
of asking.
Dudbridge.
No messing about there for Mark Dudbridge to bring the score back to 2-1.
Quality game this. Mid-90s average for Jack. 90 for Dudbridge.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on. $59.
It was actually back-to-back 180s, wasn't it, in leg 2?
119.
180s in the match so far. That's the highest I can remember it by an individual. Yeah, we've had 3 from
27.
Jack in match 11 against Danny. Had 3 from Moreno in that 102 average.
43.
Match 10 against Josh.
Should we name him from Josh Main to Josh Max? Is Dudbridge going to pile in a max? Yes, is the answer. And that's the fifth of this contest.
Still a fair way off the 9.
60.
Still time, though.
Yeah, we're only in leg 4.
He piles in another here. He could pile in another here. He may well, you know.
121.
Well, Jack could pile in a max. Okay, we'll stop now. We'll stop.
Your Mystic
45.
Smeg rather than Mystic Mag.
Mark, you require 114.
$90 left. Oh, beautiful.
78.
Tidied up perfectly.
$56. Mark, you require 36.
Double 18 to come back from 2-0 down and level this game up at 2 apiece. He's got the luxury of time with Main not on a finish.
Game
he
shot
doesn't
and
need
the fourth
time.
leg.
And so level we are 2-2 in our final game of the afternoon session.
Yeah, back-to-back legs for Jack. Back-to-back legs for Mark.
Fifth leg, it's
Game on our
Jack to
hands.
throw first. Game on.
The average for Jack Main has dropped right off. What was he around? 107 after 2 legs.
25.
He's taken 20 off that. And some.
Well, they've come back down to an even kilter, and that's why we're back level.
40. 85.
What's on the Chef Mason menu tonight between sessions?
I'm not sure, pal. I'm going to have a wander down the supermarket and see what delights I can throw around the old Gregory Peck. It won't be nothing too fancy.
38.
You're going to knock up a bit of a chili, aren't you, mate?
Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, some kind of minced dish.
Typical student-y food is...
Yeah. Just find whatever's in the fridge, throw
60.
it together and just see whether it tastes nice and if I survive.
You not put an order in with Mummy? Maybe she'll...
She does do an amazing lasagna.
100.
Did a lovely mac and cheese last night.
Oh, I love a mac and cheese.
Breadcrumbs on top as well.
Oh, yeah. No, you're talking. That's a proper mac and cheese.
Cheesy garlic bread on the side. Oh, it was
57.
Yeah.
Salubrious.
Oh, it was just, yeah. Salivating my senses right now.
What was your address again?
140.
Just so I know it when I send you a Christmas card.
Do we have a Christmas dinner? Oh, hello. This could be sumptuous. This could be delicious. Bon
Game
appetit!
shot. And the fifth leg, Mark Dudbridge.
Michelin star for Mark Dudbridge.
Sixth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Oh, what a turnaround this has been. This just looked like one-way traffic after 2 legs. Dubby has produced the highest finish of the week. Sublime stuff from Dubby.
60.
Can he see it out?
And it looks as if it's really stemmed the tide in Dudbridge's favour now.
125.
This match has produced 6 180s, only 2 140s.
100.
That beautiful 164 out. Both players locked on 50% in terms of doubling. 2 from 4 for Jack, 3 from 6 for Mark.
60.
Now, on the stats, there is a 140 plus throw for Mark Dudbridge. That was the 164 checkout.
140.
Got to watch himself here, remember? Jack has the darts in the decider. Could do with another. Gets another. Mustard on the treble 19.
Not far away now.
100.
Round off
Mark
the day.
161.
With a win. 161 is what he wants, where he's had a 164 in the previous leg. He may finish with a 161. Oh, he wasn't too far away.
Jack, you require 101.
That would have been some way to finish for Mark Dudbridge. And Main has 1 dart to save it. Only needs the 1 dart to save it. And so we go to the 7th and deciding leg in this match. 1 more leg in this session.
7th and final leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
It is a pivotal one. The winner will move on to 6 points. They'll put themselves
41.
in a promising position to progress. Whoever comes out of this the other side will have work to do in the intervening periods between now and tomorrow morning. But have a look at this for a start for Dudbridge.
180.
It's yet another max. It's the 7th of this superb match. This could be number 8.
140.
Could Dudbridge do something completely unthinkable now? And that was to be rounding off the day with a 9-dart finish, but
59.
It's not going to happen. But what a treat we've had to end the afternoon session. And we've still got 10 more games tonight. And we cannot wait.
135.
We're ready for Group B at 10 p.m. this evening.
125.
And so 137 for Dudbridge to get the job done.
$26. Mark your
And
car,
that slip
137.
means that Dudbridge is going to get 6. 6 for the match.
47.
All men can do is set up and hope. The
59.
hope being that Mark Dudbridge
Mark, you require
cannot
90.
find the winning double, because he should get at least 1 dart. He's going to get 2 at double 15.
60.
But Main will get his opportunity.
Jack, you require
Match
100.
darts come and gone for Mark Dudbridge. And so Jack Main has 2 darts in his hand at tops, and now the open bid of double 10.
90.
But now he's had match darts.
Mark, you require 30.
And so Dudbridge back at double 15
Game, shot.
to get
and
the
match,
better
Mark
of Jack
Dudbridge.
Main. And Mark Dudbridge is well in the race for a finals night place here at the MODUS Super Series. He gets the better of Jack Main by 4 legs to 3. A stunning affair which saw 7 maximums, a 164 checkout. 4 out of 10 on the doubles for Dudbridge, 3 out of 7 for Main. As I say, a tidy contest to round off the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what a session we've seen. And to talk all about it, let's hand up to the balcony where Chris Mason is with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Well, it took a little while, but the real Mark Dudbridge that we were expecting to see has really turned up now, hasn't he?
Yeah, a fabulous game from both, wasn't it? 2 ton-plus topping finishes, but that 164 was absolutely outstanding. A match that had 7 180s in it as well. Proper game of darts, saved the best to last in terms of a real back-and-forth tie.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the league standings then at the halfway point. Josh McCarthy, top of the table on 8 points. He's the perfect example of a player who's really used this environment, used this experience to come back stronger. He's really, really developed, hasn't he, since the last time we saw him here?
Yeah, absolutely. He was rock solid. He wasn't particularly spectacular, but what he did really well. And what was more impressive about that last game as well, because of the connotation in terms of the table, whoever lost that one didn't put him out of it, but it's left Jack Main with a bit of work to do, but still very much in the mix. But yeah, Josh McCarthy, in terms of real match play and just staying rock solid throughout the day, the player of the day. We said in comms after Danny Lauby lost his opening 2 games, don't be shocked if he doesn't go through now with 3 wins, and that's exactly what he's done, and he's put himself right in the mix as well. Everything to play for tomorrow. Yeah,
as for Danny Lauby, do you reckon he'll be going to bed dreaming of that 83 on the bull?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he pulled out some great shots today, and again, questionable a couple of the early games that he did lose that maybe he could have got himself in a position to win, but ultimately stayed strong, stayed set in his ways and got the business done in the end. Yeah,
when he needed to. In that game against Carl Wilkinson, he certainly pulled it out of the bag. Let's have a look then what we've got coming up for you this evening, because Group B gets underway. Just cast your eye over that. We've got Jenks back, Dom Taylor, of course, and Jared Cole back from Group A, Paul Hogan and Ryan Finesse as well. Who are you looking forward to seeing in that one?
Yeah, I was really impressed with Dom Taylor. I thought he came through very, very well. A little bit unlucky in the end not to end up topping table A, but it was Klassen who just about edged it in the end. Jared Cole got better and better as the week went on. Pretty much know what we're going to get at Hogan, know what we're going to get from Andy Jenkins. The one for me, Ryan Finesse, very much like Carl Wilkinson and Josh McCarthy. Last time he was here, really didn't do himself any justice. He's had some time to go away and come back, regroup. Because I was impressed with him when he played down in Southampton, threw some very, very good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Right then, we will be back from 10 p.m. tonight with the start of the Group B action. Make sure you come and join us then, because it could be quite explosive.